Good evening. Welcome to the May 9th, 2019 School Board meeting. This meeting is now in session. Please stand while our Career Center Air Force JROTC cadets present the colors.
Present. Others. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Order. Others. Center. Pace. Forward. March.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Thank you. Tonight, we have 3 recognitions. First, we'll have a special performance by Jefferson Middle School students. Pam Farrell, Supervisor of Arts Education, will introduce the group. When she comes to the podium, I invite my board colleagues to join me in the front row.
Great. Good evening, members of the school board and guests. Tonight we are going to have a theatrical performance by the students of Thomas Jefferson Middle School. This evening, the group will perform 2 songs from their spring musical, Freaky Friday, Parents Lie and Go. Ms. Devin Riley directed the musical, assisted by Ms. Caitlin Bennett, and the musical director was Mr. Christian Bannock. I'd also like to recognize Ms. Keisha Bogan, the principal of Thomas Jefferson, who's here with us this evening. Freaky Friday is a musical based on the celebrated novel by Mary Rogers, and it was a hit Disney film. It's a heartfelt, comedic, and unexpectedly emotional update on an American classic. An overworked mother and her teenage daughter magically swap bodies. They have just one day to put things right again. By spending a day in each other's shoes, Catherine and Ellie come to appreciate one another's struggles, learn self-acceptance, and realize the immeasurable love and mutual respect that the bond of a mother and daughter. In the first song, Go, the students are on an all-night scavenger hunt, which is an annual tradition at their high school. Ellie and her mother have switched bodies in a freaky accident involving a magic hourglass, which is one of the items that's on the list for their hunt. The second performance is Parents Lie. Ellie, who's trapped in her mother's body, has been learning all about adulthood throughout the day, including many things her mother has been hiding from her. In this song, she vents her frustration about her mother to her annoying little brother, Fletcher. Tonight, Catherine is played by Ella Godbout. Fletcher is played by Nico Krug-Weinberg. Adam is played by Carson Statler. Ellie is Katarina Larrick in the song Go. Monica is Lily Israel. Carla is Vivian Williams. Savannah is Kritika Ray, and Kitty is Anna Pritchard. Here is Freaky Friday.
Hey hunters, it's List Master. Now I've got you on the run. Gotta give it all you've got, and don't stop running till it's done. Found the last one, I've got more, each tougher than before. And you know I'm keeping score, so I'll fall in. You'll know just where you're going, kids, never where you've been. So, go where you never thought you'd go. Go way too far, where the thing you have to find might be found. Go there, and be where you are.
Be where you are.
Ellie Blake, look who's here after curfew.
I don't know, Savannah. I think we're in it to win it.
Ooh, I'm scared. Later, Butterfaces.
Hey hunters,
Yeah.
List Master.
Yeah.
Now if you're falling behind, take a breath and look inside. You never know what you might find.
When this highway hits a curve, find the nerve to get what you deserve, and then fight on. You know a place for real once you've been and gone.
Once you've been and gone.
Go where you never thought you'd go. Go all in. Where the thing you have to find might be found. Go there, and be where you've never been.
Not the finding, but the searching. What you find, you'll never see.
Not the being, but becoming. Once you are, you'll never be.
It's not the winning, but the wishing. Wishes on when you have won.
Not the ending, but beginning.
And we've only just begun. Yeah, we've only just begun.
Guys, we got a new clue. Extra credit, an oversized hourglass filled with pink sand.
The hourglass, it's my mom's. We have to find it.
We won't let you down.
But now it's time for the group challenge at Lucky 9 Lane.
Hey hunters, as you probably guessed, you're not here to bowl, you're here to dance. It's a dance off, so get out there, juke it, and bust a move.
No, Ellie, I told you we were gonna have to do something humiliating. I don't dance.
I changed my mind. I'm with Monica. I don't need anyone ridiculing me and my body. I'm awkward. So what?
I'm just a weird blob with arms and legs.
Oh, hold on, you guys. Our bodies are all perfect. Listen to me. Do not squander this time in your lives being ashamed of your bodies. Because this is as good as it gets. Come on. Carla, perfect. Thanks. And Monica, you are going to dance. We are all going to dance, and it's going to be immortalized on a video. But we are going to watch that video, and we are going to love ourselves.
Yes.
It's not the finding, it's the searching. It's the hunt for who you'll be. Not the seeing, but the looking for the things you just can't see. Things you just can't see. Go. Come on and go. Hey, here we go. Go. Come on and go.
When's Ellie coming home?
Why do you care?
I like that she's home. She's awesome.
You think she's awesome.
Yeah, except I guess she hates me now.
Well, you shouldn't bug her with your magic tricks.
But it helps me practice my crowd work.
Your crowd work?
Yeah, I'm perfecting my act for Hollywood.
Fletcher, no way are you going to Hollywood?
Yeah, I am.
Nuh-uh.
You said being a magician was a great career.
I lied.
Nuh-uh, parents don't lie.
Yeah, they do. Parents lie. It's sad but true. Mine lied to me, and yours lies to you. I lied to you.
Well, what?
Where do I start? We say there's no monster there under your bed, but who knows? It's not like we search. And no one likes broccoli. We're all bad at flossing, and everyone's sleeping in church. And Buck the dog's not on a farm. Buck is dead. And soda won't kill you despite what I said. And Magic Kid. No, magic is real, but magic won't help you conceal that parents lie because they can. So learn the truth, my bright young man. They lie with words, they lie with hugs. Parents lie, they lie like rugs. And parents will tell you you're great and special and stuff when clearly you're not. They say that one day you'll feel normal. That's not enough. It's not by a lot. They'll hold you and tell you they love and they care, but they lie when they tell you they'll always be there. I know it's upsetting, but life isn't fair, and parents die. They tell you they won't, but they lie. Oh, parents lie. It's hard to hear. It's hard to say. It's true, I fear. It's fine to cry. It's sad, I know. That parents lie. But parents lie. So come on, here we are. Fletch, I was just telling you what I wish someone had told me.
So we're going to have the board come up and the directors come up and Ms. Bogan come up for a photo. And you all stay here and we'll take Dr. Murphy, we'll take a great photo of, what a great job.
What a great performance. Thank you all for entertaining us, kicking off our board meeting with that great performance. Thank you so much. Next, the school board would like to honor Arlington Transportation Partners champions. The 17 champions being recognized today are Arlington Public Schools and programs that have demonstrated a commitment to supporting staff mobility options and have increased participation in these options through exemplary benefits and outreach. Champions create a culture within their schools that places a high priority on work-life balance and on utilizing all forms of transportation options. Welcome to Jim Larson, Arlington County Commuter Services Bureau Chief, and welcome to Lois DeMeester, CEO of Destination Sales and Marketing Group, proudly operating and managing Arlington Transportation Partners, Bike Arlington, Walk Arlington, Mobility Lab, and Capital Bike Share. And I also want to recognize Dennis Leach, who is the Arlington's Director of Transportation, who's here this evening. Thank you, Dennis, for attending. And I think I'm turning it over to you folks.
Thank you very much. Jim Larson. Dennis decided to let me be the star tonight for a minute. We want to thank you. You know, the Champions program created by Arlington Transportation Partners, supported by our Arlington County Commuter Services, is an annual year-long initiative that recognizes and rewards Arlington businesses, multifamily residential communities, commercial properties, and of course schools for their commitment to providing transportation amenities and implementing programs. Since ATP started working with us and APS 4 years ago, participant in Champions has grown from 15 schools to 19. The increase in participation affirms that Arlington Public Schools values sustainable transportation options to make it easier to live, work, and play in Arlington. And before I turn it over to Lois, we'd like to thank you, the board and the administration, for your continued support. As you know, we've all had our funding challenges. We truly appreciate that. Now, I invite Lois DeMeester, our ATP Executive Director, who will tell you more about the program. Thanks, Lois.
Are you, no, don't.
I'm okay.
Okay, sorry. Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Dennis. Dr. Murphy, thank you. And all the school board members, we appreciate sincerely your support for Champions. So Champions is a tiered system where businesses and properties and schools move through a series of tasks to earn recognition. And it's recognition at 4 different levels, ranging from bronze to platinum. So today we're here to honor the 17 champions for their achievements in making Arlington a better place to work and learn. So despite some challenges and the uncertainty around a TDM benefit this year, these schools continue to value staff mobility options and shared transportation information with their staff. They hosted ATP at their meetings and their staff meetings, and they supported staff active commutes, installed priority carpool parking, and overall they reduced the number of staff who drive alone to school every day, and we really, really appreciate that. Their efforts have helped keep Arlington County a great place to work and to live. So please join me in congratulating the 2018-2019 APS champions, and we're honored to continue to work with such amazing schools and staff and employees as we all work together to make it easier to choose and use transportation options in Arlington County. So please, let's recognize everyone this year who's in attendance. So as I read your school name, please stand to be recognized and hold your applause for the end, and I'll let you know who all our champions are. So platinum this year, the top level, is Arlington Community High School. Discovery Elementary School. And Oak Ridge Elementary School. And again, these schools are at the platinum level, and I know they're very excited to be here in person with us. At the gold level, we have Ashlawn Elementary School, Key Immersion Elementary School, Wakefield High School, and Williamsburg Middle School. This is the gold level. At the silver level, we have Arlington Career Center, Barcroft Elementary School, H.B. Woodlawn Secondary Program, K.W. Barrett Elementary School, Patrick Henry Elementary School, and Washington Lee High School. At the bronze level, Arlington Science Focus School, Randolph Elementary School, and the Syfax Education Center, this lovely facility. So another person needs to be recognized for her wonderful work, her ongoing dedication to the public school system and to the teachers in Arlington Public School System. Please join me in thanking Elizabeth Denton. She's our business development manager, and you all know her as Elizabeth from ATP, if not just Elizabeth. So finally, I'd like to end with a celebratory photo. If all of you who I called your names and your schools could come up here with Dr. Murphy, we can have a nice photo, commemorative photo. And thank you again for having us. This is one of the best programs that we love to stay involved with and share the success of. So thank you again.
Thanks, Dennis.
Yeah, I want to get in exactly the right place for Dr.
Congratulations to you all. We know you've done a significant amount of work to make Arlington a healthier community, and you do deserve to be called champions. And I also want to recognize our Director of Multimodal Transportation, Kristen Haldeman, who also supports these efforts from our, on our APS side. So our final recognition tonight will be presented by Vice Chair Tanya Talento. Tanya?
That the Arlington Public Schools Budget Office has been recognized with a budget award for their fiscal year 2019 budget document. The Association of School Business Officials International Meritorious Budget Award. This is the 10th consecutive year that APS has received this award. The Meritorious Budget Awards program promotes and recognizes excellence in school budget presentation. The award is conferred only on school districts that have met or exceeded the program's stringent criteria. Congratulations to the entire budget team, Tamika Lovett-Miller, Avira Wilson, and Jorge Velasquez, and of course, our Assistant Superintendent, Leslie Peterson. Only Ms. Peterson, our Assistant Superintendent for Finance, and Ms. Wilson are able to be here tonight. We would like to invite you both up for a photo with the board and to receive this beautiful plaque that I almost broke.
And congratulations again to the folks in our budget office. We truly appreciate the important work that you do every day, and particularly today, as we bring the budget to completion. And we are now at the announcements section of our agenda. On Tuesday, May 14th, the School Board Policy Subcommittee will have a meeting on the general policies at 2 p.m. in the board conference room. And on May 17th, we have scheduled a committee of the whole meeting at 8 a.m. in the board conference room. Board members, do you have any items to announce? Tanya, go ahead.
I just wanted to remind the community that this evening is my last board meeting before I become a living donor, and I will be returning June 18th and plan to participate via telephone on June 6th. So I may miss some of you towards the end of the school year, so I hope it is amazing and wonderful, but I look forward to seeing you in mid-June.
Thank you. Other announcements? Board members? No, I have a few announcements from my liaison schools. The first is Oak Ridge Elementary School, and they just completed one of their favorite events, the Readathon. This year, Oak Ridge readers far exceeded the goal to read 420,000 minutes. Readers read and logged over 700,000 minutes. That's over 11,600 hours. This week they had their art expo, a student-curated exhibition of work, and their next big event is the Spring Fling on May 19th from 2 to 6 p.m., where they will have carnivals, cakewalk, and wild animals for fun and food. I'm sorry, wild animals for fun and food for the hungry. I wonder if they're related, those two things. And at Kenmore Middle School, Kenmore was among four Arlington Public Schools earning a $10,000 grant from Amazon for robotics. Kenmore teacher, Urith Bowen, was recognized as the APS Crawford Awardee from SEPTA, the Special Ed PTA. Anita Mack was recognized as the APS Support Employee, and Kenmore was also awarded the Mary McBride Award for Outstanding School Program. And Kenmore was granted a $3,800 grant to support the recycling service learning project proposal submitted by Ms. Leiden's 6th grade ELA students. So congratulations to them and also to Oak Ridge. I'll ask again, board members, any more announcements? No? Okay, and so now we will hear Dr. Murphy's announcements and updates.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein, and good evening. As many of you know, this week has been Teacher Appreciation Week, and I want to just give a big shout out to all of our teachers. The 34 individuals here on the slide are our Teachers of the Year, and you'll hear a little bit more about them in just a minute. But I've had an opportunity to get out into schools this week and visit many of our teachers, and there's a lot of fun things going on. I also want to recognize our PTA organizations because there are activities planned each day, and I know our PTA organizations and families have played a large part in that, as well as our principals and the staff that support our schools. So a big thank you. Tomorrow on Friday, we're going to push out the Friday 5 newsletter, and it's going to share some of the highlights and events that have unfolded across the week. And we've been using the Twitter hashtag #ThanksAPSTeachers to help celebrate and inspire the hardworking, dedicated teachers that we have here in APS. So look at some of those tweets, and also just thank you so much. At the end of my announcements this evening, we're going to show a little bit of a video that shares some of our customers' thoughts about their teachers. I also want to highlight that on May 14th, next Tuesday at Washington Lee, we are going to be recognizing all 8 of our outstanding Support Employee of the Year, along with our Teacher and Principal of the Year, along with all of the nominees. So it's a very festive event. We've got 34 teachers and over 47 support employees that will be recognized. There are student performances. There are also heartfelt remarks, and there is several videos that kind of inspire many of our employees. So thank you to School and Community Relations and our Human Resource Department for pulling all that together. But it is a great evening, and it really celebrates what we are about here in Arlington. Well, it's hard to believe we're 30 days out from the end of the school year. And at this time of the year, we also begin to prepare for SOL testing, end of the year exams. And I want to thank Leslie Peterson, who's getting a lot of accolades this evening, along with Amy McCloskey and her team. We are going to be providing breakfast during the SOL window of May the 13th through June the 14th. And that what we're really trying to encourage is that students are fit and ready to go. Encourage them to get a good night's rest. You will do well. You are well prepared. Your teachers have gotten you ready, and so we just want to make sure that all students take advantage of a breakfast during this testing window. Extended day registration is closing on May the 15th, so we opened that up on April 1. Once registration is closed, and if the number of applicants exceed the spaces that are available, we will hold a lottery. And the lottery is scheduled for Friday, May the 24th here at the Syfax Ed Center, and it starts at 9. And it is also open to the public, and sometimes we have some folks that come out and want to witness that. And then we'll be informing families about where they landed as a result of the lottery. We also are going to be celebrating our partners and volunteers on May the 22nd. This event is going to start at 4, and it's at the Arlington Career Center. And what we're doing is we're honoring our many partners and volunteers who make a difference and the roles they play here in Arlington in supporting what we do both in and outside the classroom. So thank you to all those partners and volunteers. And this is something that is sponsored by our School and Community Relations Office and Dawn Smith. It's usually at this time of the year that I begin to share messages with families, especially as there are many celebrations, there are many culminating activities and events, and my encouragement is to talk to your children about making good decisions, and also to talk to students about how they can influence their peers in a positive way when they see them maybe making poor decisions or making decisions that they may regret later. My encouragement also is to have families talk about plans if students are with other students who make poor decisions, maybe consuming alcohol or whatever other activities that are dangerous or life-threatening. And also, if a student makes a mistake, to have a discussion about how they may call home and inform their parents of that, but at the same time be safe. So I encourage these conversations. This is the time of year when there is a lot of excitement, and students feel very confident about some of the decisions they're making, but they are sometimes putting themselves at risk. And we care about your safety, and we care about you, and we want you to continue and do well beyond APS years. We've also got our graduation dates coming up here. Last day of high school is June the 19th. We have high school graduation on the 20th, and then the last day of schools for elementary and middle is June the 21st. We are wrapping up our budget, and just a big thank you to the county board and to the county manager. We do have a fully funded budget. You're going to hear about that as our next item for action this evening. But it has been a long road, and there have been a number of people that have been involved, so I want to thank all of those who have been involved for your patience, your attentions to detail, and also being able to provide us input. And I think we have landed in a good spot, recognizing that we're continuing to grow and that we're going to continue to address the priorities and needs that we have as we do grow. All right, I just want to update folks as far as where we are with the school board action plan. I'm going to go through the 4 categories. You're going to continue to see a number of policies, and they stack up very nicely here at the latter part of the meeting this evening. So we have, I believe, 4 policies, that you will be seeing this evening for information. You can see the number of policies that have already been addressed this year, and then there are some that are coming as we head here to the end of the school year before the board wraps up its work and heads into the summer. I'm going to turn to Dr. Natras to talk about these next 2 slides as far as policies for inclusion and Equity, and also the PIP on transgender youth. And then she's also going to talk a little bit about the K-12 instructional programs pathway. So Dr. Natras.
Yes, we have been working, as everyone knows, on these two policies as well as the transgender youth PIP, and we are in a place where we have a staff team that's working on the equity and inclusion policy, and they met last week, and we have the initial draft of that. We are getting the initial draft of that in a place where we can then, as you can see during the month of May, review that policy with various advisory groups, get it out to our principals, our executive leadership team, as well as other stakeholders to review, still with the timeline of bringing that forward for information and action in June. The transgender youth and transgender and nonconforming youth PIP, we have that draft of, we have run that through our advisory groups, including the Student Services Advisory Committee, the School Health Advisory Board, and I am missing a group, and then also with all of our leadership team and others. So that one we are hoping to have actually up next week on the Engage with APS page to get larger community feedback on, so that we can finalize the PIP in June.
All right, and I'm going to move to the pre-K-12 instructional program pathways.
We have also been doing quite a bit of work in this area since the last time we met. We've done several things. We had the podcast that is available that we had several staff engaged in, both school staff as well as several others who have been a big part of the work, did the podcast. We also currently have online the questionnaire with several components of the framework. It includes the definition for options as well as some of the potential options, so we can gauge interest, as well as questions about to what level of interest are people around neighborhood schools or options, so that we can really work on that balancing piece. The questionnaire, we've actually expanded the deadline until May 16th. We are in the process of creating an online video in Spanish so that families who want to know more about the questionnaire have access to that video. And then there is also a meeting next week with many of our Spanish-speaking parents to engage in the questionnaire using a different format. So we're doing a little bit more reach out to the community so that we make sure that we're getting a lot of input. And then we will take all of that input after May 16th to complete the final draft and bring that forward to the board in June.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Natras. Moving on now to capital initiatives. We are slated to bring before the county board for a use permit the Educational Center reuse project. So that's next up in the queue there. And then just a reminder as far as where you will find the monthly updates as far as some of the larger projects that we have ongoing right now. Fleet Elementary, Dorothy Ham, the Heights building, the two refreshes at the Henry building and at Drew. So you can go and visit our website. You can look under the A to Z listing tab under Design and Construction. And I know Mr. Chadwick had sent me some information last week, so I know those have been updated. Most significantly with the Fleet and Dorothy Ham and the Heights building, those have kind of gone into high gear as far as seeing some real differences that are being made, and they kind of are pointed out on the picture. So you may want to check that out, or you may in fact want to go by those particular facilities as we get prepared for the opening of the school year. Again, Engage is a wonderful resource for us, for you to tap into and see what's happening, but also ask questions and see what questions others are asking and the responses that we are providing. And as I promised, we've got a little bit of a video here that we want to share with you in recognition, and a big thank you to our teacher of the Teacher Appreciation Week. And this is directly coming from many of our customers, so they have a lot to share with us. Well, happy Teacher Appreciation Week here from Arlington Public Schools. We celebrate our teachers, and it's an exciting week that's coming up. And I want to say on behalf of the entire school division, thank you for what you do each and every day. Now, I know each of our schools has some wonderful things that are going on, and I really appreciate the opportunity to go out and visit and see firsthand what some of the wonderful things you're doing with our students in the classroom. But I think one of the things that we've learned is hearing from our students about some of the things that they really appreciate. So Scott, we're here at Patrick Henry Elementary. Tell us some things that you really appreciate about your teachers here at Patrick Henry.
I think the best thing about teachers is that they help you learn and help you problem solve. What I really like about teachers is that they're very understanding, and that's why I think they rock. Teachers are the best. Teachers are super kind. Teachers teach us everything that we need to know. We should appreciate our teachers because if we didn't have teachers, we would just not know anything. And we wouldn't be ourselves. We would just be lifeless blobbies.
They take a job that is very hard and they make it look easy, especially in Arlington. They take so much time out of their weeks and even stay after school for their students. And most every teacher that I've had throughout like 11 years of APS has been, amazing and definitely able to do that.
My favorite quality about them, it's so hard to pick because they're all very generous and kind, but I really love how they work here to help the students, and they don't actually get paid that much, like a lot as other jobs, but they do this to help the students. They do this to give us children the same education that they got when they were younger, and maybe they're even trying to give us better ones.
Teaches not only about their content, but can teach you just lessons in life and about how to be maybe like a better person and how to be a better person and how to live your life and interact with others in a more positive way.
Because they give us an education and it really helps us for what we do, and if they weren't there, it'd be like a catastrophe.
I appreciate the patience because I understand it's not always easy to deal with all these 16, 17, 18-year-olds. And I appreciate a positive attitude.
But I also like it, teachers that are nice and kind, and they don't say you have to do this right now in 2 seconds.
The ability to be patient and reasonable and have a sense of what's going on in the student's life so that they can come up with an agreement and make both their lives easier.
They're so nice, and they always put themselves out of the way to make sure we have a good school day and have fun and learn. That's why I think we should appreciate teachers.
Thank you for helping us learn.
I just want to say thank you for believing in me. So. Thank you. Just thank you, because they're here every day, and they help us. Thank you, teachers. Thank you. Thank you, teachers!
So a big thank you to those students for expressing themselves and being honest and also caring. So that's all I got.
Thank you. And I'll take the opportunity to thank all of our teachers and all of our staff who are responsible for the success that we have here in Arlington Public Schools. And this being Teacher Appreciation Week, Staff Appreciation Week, we want to extend our heartfelt appreciation to all of you because it is a team effort, and we do it as a team, and we do it successfully. So thank you all. I have one more announcement before Dr. Murphy leaves the podium. If I could ask him to stay.
All right.
So I want to take a moment and recognize Dr. Murphy, the APS communications team, and the entire leadership in Arlington Public Schools. Yesterday, we received word from the National School Public Relations Association, the NSPRA, that Dr. Murphy has been selected to receive the 2019 Bob Grossman Leadership in Communications Award. This is a national award given annually to a superintendent who exhibits outstanding leadership in school public relations. It's named for NSPRA past president Robert L. Grossman, who was known and respected for his creative public relations practices and his belief that effective communication is vital to student and school success. In their announcement on Wednesday, the association noted Dr. Murphy's leadership in fostering a, quote, community of communicators, within APS and implementing a strategic communications plan that now guides the division's work around employee engagement, grassroots communications, and customer service. NSPRA highlighted several accomplishments, including the launch of the Engage with APS website to centralize information and engagement around new initiatives and the effective use of video and social media. Dr. Murphy's positive presence on social media has had a ripple effect. There are now more than 750 Twitter accounts associated with APS, and I encourage everyone to follow him on Twitter as a great way to stay current on APS news, and his handle is @SUPTPKM, @SUPTPKM. Congratulations, Dr. Murphy, to you and your team. I know you attribute this award to the work of the APS team as a whole, including the school board and the APS school and department leaders who work together to engage our community and highlight student success. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. Thank you. I'll just elaborate for a moment. I know this is a priority of the board. It has been since I've been here, so I want to thank you for continuing to kind of push us and emphasize the importance of communication. I also want to thank our communication team and all the members, even as it reaches out to our PR liaisons out in our schools, and our leadership team here who is present, but our leadership in our school, because they all play a large component of the success there. So thank you very much. It's an honor, but I would be remiss if I didn't recognize the fact that this is really representative of what all of us do here at APS. So thank you.
Thank you, and thank everyone on the communications team for pulling together to get this award. And we are now at consent. And Nancy Van Doren has requested that item C2, personnel actions, be removed from consent. And so we will act on that item immediately following the consent agenda. So first, may I have a motion, please, to adopt the consent agenda as amended?
I move to adopt the consent agenda as amended.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that motion passes 5-0. Thank you. And we'll now take up personnel actions. May I have a motion, please, to approve the personnel actions?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. And board members, do you have comments? Nancy, would you like to comment?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Goldstein. I have some questions for Dr. Murphy regarding the personnel items in advance of the vote. We're at the time of year when we have a lot of turnover in our staff as we get ready for the next year. And first, I want to thank our staff for bringing forward all of the items in advance of the actual action. We had lagged behind in those, not a tradition of doing that, and it's nice to see that we've gotten ahead of that, so I really appreciate it. I know that's a lot of work and a big change from tradition. So I have three questions. The first one is we have many people who are leaving, and they note that they're leaving for personal reasons. We've had a lot of conversation on the board about knowing why people are leaving the school system, and we had the beginning of an effort to put in place a really robust system for exit interviews. How are we doing on that, and do we know why the people who are leaving are leaving?
We are continuing to work on that. So that's something that we've had to make a little bit of shift with how we are going to be conducting the exit interviews. So, but it's something that we are gearing up to be able to do. I think what we're finding is, a lot of folks offer personal reasons for leaving. We've tried to make connections with folks and contact them. We've tried to do that on an individual basis. So we're continuing to kind of look at different strategies. We have a low response rate on the surveys mechanisms that we have out there, and that's not unusual, but we're trying to get ahead of that. So before people leave, we're trying to also solicit that input. Any help we can get with that, we are open and welcome to that. I know we have our AEA representatives that are also involved in meeting with some of the consultants that we have doing this work, so it's a work in progress. Ms. Wales Smith, I don't know if I've neglected to mention anything. Do you want to add anything for that particular question?
No, I think it's something that we continue to focus on because retention is something that's really important. The majority of the people that we're seeing on the actions at this time are people that are leaving and making a personal choice to leave for reasons other. It's personal choice, meaning they're relocating to a new position or that they have some type of a life event. So we're trying to get those on the actions as soon as possible. That's why it looks like there's more of them at this time. But we are continuing to work on our exit strategies and deploy a lot of different types, electronic, exit, stay. So that's an area we continue to focus on.
Is there a time frame when the board will get a regular report on the reasons for the exiting employees?
My hope is that we're going to be able to have something preliminary to you over the summer.
Okay. I continue to have a desire to have a regular update on movement in that area so we can begin to think, as we are going to start thinking about the budget for next year, what we should be doing. And it's very hard because we kind of have a dearth of information when it comes to the whys in our policies. So I was prompted to ask that question with the number of personal reason exits this time. Another question I have is about the surplus teachers. We had one of those surplus teachers here on Tuesday evening in tears. I think that we all were moved by that, and we all know people and we hear from people in this community who love their teachers and want to see them adjust to new positions. So I hope that we're making headway on that, and can you give us any kind of report on how we're doing at getting those surplus teachers jobs in our growing school system?
Ms. Will Smith, do you want to give us a little bit of an update? I also know you've been working very diligently on this, and so thank you for that work.
Sure. We are really pleased at the headway we've made since the last time we reported. As you know, we've had to move a lot of staff just based upon student movement with some of the things that have been going on with the opening of buildings and boundary changes. So we are very much encouraged by the headway that we're making. We're down to only a few teachers that are left on the surplus list. We're proudest of the accomplishment of the headway we've made with the assistant placements. We knew that there were a lot of folks. We heard from someone on Tuesday night. The good news is staff met the last 2 days pretty much all day, every day to get those folks placed. Letters should be going out tomorrow to the folks that were on the surplus list. And again, we've probably cut that down to a quarter of what it was. So really pleased with where we've ended up. And the young woman that spoke has been able to be restored, which was really an exciting part of the placements as well. So the assistants, we still have some work to do, but we're feeling like we would have probably the majority placed in the next couple of weeks, and we will continue to watch vacancies as they come in, which is what we've been doing. We're going vacancy by vacancy, resignation by resignation, working with principals and folks that are over programs who have been very helpful as well. So we've made a lot of headway on that as well.
That's great. Thank you very much. In connection with that, there are rumors that some of the assistant positions are being moved out of special education and changed into different jobs, and that ultimately some of these positions will be eliminated. Is that true?
Dr. Natras, do you want to go ahead and comment on that?
That is not correct.
Okay, so those positions those people will find positions and the jobs won't evaporate.
We have assistant positions that we have had to surplus because we had carryover funds in the special education grant that are no longer available. So that is why we had to surplus some of those assistants. As Erin said, they are working very hard to get those assistants placed.
So those jobs were eliminated?
Yes. Yes. I mean, we no longer have the carryover funds from the grant to afford those positions.
But we put the employees into a surplus category because we believe we're going to place them in different
Correct.
positions.
That is the goal.
And very hopeful of that.
So anyone that was taken out of 915, those positions were eliminated, but they were placed on surplus. So that's the list that our staff is currently
Great.
working through.
That's very, very helpful. I think that will provide comfort to people to know the details of that. I just ask, again, if we could have some routine reporting mechanism when we go through these transitions. If we look forward to 2 years from now, when we're going to do wholesale boundary changes and a lot of moving around of people, the more we can communicate and allow people to have expectations about how to do that, I think we'll get through these growth changes. But our people matter, and we need to help them have the proper expectations. And when I see all that movement on this list, I don't know, because I don't have any information, whether I should be approving this or not. So I really appreciate the additional information, and I think our employees and our community do as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Goldstein. I just wanted to say that I know that this is a very involved process for growth and changing of staff across schools, but anything that we can do in the future to shorten that time frame so that we don't have people coming to us in tears over a month, several weeks period of time, trying to figure out whether or not they're going to be able to pay their bills, whether they need to be looking for a new job. Anything that we can do to give our teachers or assistants or any of our staff less time to be worried about their future, I think would be great. And if we can have some creative ways to look into that, that would be really appreciated, I'm sure, by our staff and the community that they serve. So, thank you.
Thank you, Barbara.
Yes, thank you. A quick follow-up also. I think I heard you say Ms. Wales-Smith, but I just want to confirm very directly, given that we're growing as a school system, and I think we're adding 200 FTEs just because of our growth in this budget, the surplus employees, I think by definition, are employees in good standing. That's why they would be called surplus. We had a 100% commitment of ensuring that they would stay within APS. Is that correct?
So yes, that is our commitment, and that's why we're working so diligently to make sure that we are able to, especially, as we said, the surplus assistants, we're really working diligently to make sure that they will have employment, and we're looking to place them as soon as possible.
And I just wanted to ask it very directly because I think that message wasn't necessarily always heard. And I just want to remind you've probably heard, I know several of us have had office hour conversations, and we suggested, for example, an after-action conversation focus group, perhaps with some of the folks that were surplused, because we know we're doing more boundary changes. There are going to be a lot of changes going forward, that this kind of thing is in our future several times as we continue to grow and change. So I think that might be a way to find out how we could do this better. But really pleased to know that this is going well.
I think this is by far the most staff that we've had to move since I've been in human resources. And so I think that going through this process has really helped us to have an understanding of what is to come if we continue to grow and if we continue to have movement. And of course, we know that our staff is our most important resource, and we need to make sure as we move through these changes that we're there to support. So our staff is very much committed to making sure that folks feel supported along the way, and there's always lessons to be learned, and we are in the process now of meeting and talking with folks about their experiences and what we can do as we move into this new phase of staffing.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And other comments? Board members? No, before we vote? Okay. Let me get on the right page here. So we are all ready to vote now. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? And that motion passes 5-0. Thank you. And next we will hear citizen comment on non-agenda items. Before we begin with speakers, I will review the speaker guidelines. The school board welcomes public comment and allows comment at most regular board meetings. If you would like to speak but have not signed up electronically, you must submit a speaker slip to the clerk before the agenda item you wish to speak on is called. So if you are speaking on the non-agenda item portion of the agenda, you need to get that speaker slip in now. Speakers are called in the order in which they sign up. However, if there are student speakers, we invite them to speak first so they do not have to stay out late on a school night waiting for their turn. Each speaker may speak for up to 2 minutes, and there is a timer to help you keep track of your time. The timer begins when the speaker starts speaking, and you should conclude your remarks when the buzzer sounds. To ensure all speakers are understood, regardless of their native language, the board has made the following revision to current guidelines. If a speaker addresses the board in a language other than English and an interpreter is present, the speaker will have 2 minutes to speak, and the interpreter will have up to 2 additional minutes to translate the comments for the board. All comments should address matters related to Arlington Public Schools. Speakers should be courteous and address your comments to the entire school board. Generally, board members do not respond to public comments at meetings. If you have written comments, which we encourage, please give them to the clerk to distribute to the board, and we ask the audience to refrain from applauding. Melanie, do we have speakers?
Yes, we have 4 speakers tonight.
Would you call them, please?
All right. Our first speaker is Anna Viquez.
Good evening. My name is Anna Viquez. I've been a resident of Arlington for 16 years. My husband and I have 3 young children, with our eldest in 1st grade at Claremont. Professionally, I've worked as a pediatric nurse for the past 14 years. Working with children has always been a privilege and a joy. It is also a weighty responsibility. Tonight, I come to speak of my concerns of the J2 PIP involving transgender and gender nonconforming students. For years now, I have studied the topic of gender dysphoria, reviewing the literature with the pediatricians, my colleagues. When I learned that APS was considering the PIP, I have more intentionally reviewed the literature. I have also been observing what has been said. From what I now gather, the PIP will in fact be presented more broadly and openly to all APS parents, just as the bus transportation service review was, allowing input and feedback from everyone. This is an absolutely necessary step. I've heard the term inclusive used of those in full support of the PIP. I charge you, school board, to be fully inclusive of all parents' opinions. I wish not to cast any judgment on parents of those who have spoken out about their transgender children. I believe deeply that these parents love their children and are genuinely making decisions out of what they believe is best for their child. That said, I am saddened about the amount of misinformation and the impact it has had. A careful and thorough review of the literature will show that in the vast majority of cases, gender dysphoria issues in children and adolescents will sort out, either through wait and watch or through counseling, and the individuals will accept and embrace their biological sex, but that the more aggressive gender transition treatments involving hormone therapy and surgical interventions are currently in children essentially an experiment. As I observe and overhear my own children, a 1st grader and a preschooler, in one conversation discussing different implications of being a boy versus being a girl, and moments later trying to figure out how the two fairy mate has time to get around to all the pillows every night, I know the medical and psychological path we would pursue should they ever experience gender dysphoria. Our approach does not at all fall in line with what is being proposed. I plead with you all to continue to carefully and thoroughly hear all viewpoints. This is not strep throat. These are children and their developing bodies.
Thank you for coming in and sharing your comments with us.
Our next speaker is Portia Wilson.
Good evening, school board. My name is Portia Wilson, and I'm a parent of a 10th grader at Wakefield High School. I am concerned that the Arlington Public Schools has a no-tolerance policy to bullying, but their actions make the victim feel like the problem. Since May 3rd, my son has been at home awaiting guidance on receiving homebound services because APS cannot ensure his safety while at school. My son has been the victim of threats, harassment, bullying since October the 23rd of 2018, and the most recent incident taking place on Friday, May 3rd. This issue has been reported to the superintendent, principals, school resource officers, school board, and school administrators. I am currently awaiting a call from the assistant superintendent with the next steps as to how I can get my son back in school and where he needs to be. All other placement options recommended are not relevant to my son because these options have been provided to the bullies. I have been to the Arlington County Juvenile Courts and had a preliminary protective order issued. I have emailed each one of you and have not received a response. On April the 29th, Dr. Wilmer contacted me and stated that the team and Ms. Johnson wanted to meet with me to discuss the issues. While at that meeting, I asked to see the student safety, bullying, harassment, and prevention incident forms. They did not provide those. No one at Wakefield seemed to know or be aware of the forms. I was told that my previous accommodation request would not be approved unless I would consider a relocation from the school that I have been employed at for more than 17 years. My son is currently sitting at home. He is not in class. He is not with his friends. My son's class schedule, lunch times, and the way he walks to and from class have all changed numerous times this school year. I have had to provide transportation for my son to and from school since November. So I ask for your help
Thank you
in
very
getting him
much.
back in school. Thank you.
Thank you for coming in and sharing your comments with us this evening.
You're welcome.
All right, next we have Deanna Caputo.
I don't know where the timer is. Oh.
Wait.
The timer will start when you start. Hang on for a second. Little technical
This is my first
difficulty.
time. I don't even know where I'm supposed to be looking. Timer's here?
The timer is up
there.
there.
Okay.
We also see one over here.
Okay.
I'm
But
sorry,
just
I'm
give us
having
a
trouble with
second
the timer.
while we
Technical difficulties.
pull the timer technology together.
Sure.
All right. Oops. All right, now we're ready. Sorry.
My name is Deanna Caputo. I'm a resident of Arlington since 2005. I'm a social and personality psychologist. I'm here to talk about the continued discussion about option schools. I've been an Arlington resident. I chose to leave my family here. I chose the school so that my child would have roots for their elementary years. And I'm getting tired of the stress of wondering every year if Arlington Traditional School is going to disappear. It's very, very stressful to make a decision about your child's education and build your roots without moving for professional and other reasons that could take me out of Arlington for a gazillion reasons. And I stay because I want my kids to stay in school. And yet the superintendent's office keeps broaching the concept of option schools, providing new definitions, changing the rules, constant discussion, and the churn is getting kind of exhausting. I'd like for you to think about how important it is for children to stay in the same school and what an impact it would be to make my child go back to a neighborhood school after I've made a choice. I had a child in both my neighborhood school and in Arlington Traditional for 2 years. There's a distinct difference in how the schools function. Character is what is unique and distinct about Arlington Traditional. And it may not sound like that on the surface because Arlington's core values are about character. But core values and core execution are not the same thing. The pillars that they instill, the level of parent involvement that is both required and encouraged and facilitated is so different between my neighborhood school and Arlington Traditional that it's night and day. I know what my child is studying. I know how I can supplement them at home to make them the best they can be. I had no idea of those things at my neighborhood school, and I made a distinct choice. ATS has put out a definition that is vague and not useful. Surveys are garbage in, garbage out. Unique, distinct, specific. What do those words mean? Please stop creating the churn for parents while our children are in school. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming in this evening.
All right, our final speaker is Gabriela Uro.
Good evening, Board. I'm here today as a PTA president for Wakefield High School, and I wanted to express my concern regarding the increasing difficulty our students are having in enrolling in career and tech education courses at Arlington Career Center. The counselors at Wakefield and at the Career Center are struggling mightily to find seats to accommodate Wakefield students in these CTE courses. We do appreciate these efforts. However, if staff were operating under some type of seat allotments, we worry that Wakefield students will be pushed out of seats because of the growth of Arlington Tech program. Just an example, There are 8 classes for which Wakefield students' enrollment request is already at the allotted seats or very close to that, maybe one away. There's an additional 4 classes for which the request from Wakefield students is well beyond what was the allotment for students from Wakefield. The most extreme example is Culinary Arts 1, in which 28 warriors requested this class, but only 2 seats have been allotted. So that would be vastly under, it would not have access for our students. As you finalize this year's budget and consider the ongoing expansion of Arlington Tech, we ask that you properly fund the expansion so it doesn't occur by curtailing the access of other students from the comprehensive schools to the CTE courses at the Career Center. Half of our Wakefield community are families that are eligible for free and reduced price lunch. Many of our students of these families are working 20 hours or more a week on top of their full schedule. And when they go on to school, they're juggling full-time employment with school. So for them to have access to CT courses that would give them certification is vitally important. Thank you.
Gabriella, thank you for coming in this evening, sharing your thoughts with us. The last of the speakers. Okay, thank you. And thank you all who have given up some time this evening to come in and share your thoughts with us. We appreciate you doing so. We have one action item tonight, and that is to act on the final FY 2020 budget. And as Leslie makes her way to the podium, I'm going to introduce this with a little kind of retrospective of how we got here. So we had a very long and a difficult budget season. In the fall, early in the fall, we learned that we were facing a $43 million budget deficit, and that prompted certain measures as we contemplated one of the worst budget deficits in recent memory. Now, as is normal, estimates adjusted, both revenue estimates on the county side and expenditure estimates on our side. We held 7 budget work sessions talking about different components of the budget, 8 actually, including the joint work session, that we had with the county board. And we recognized there was a lot of anxiety in the community over potential reductions and also a compensation package. The good news is that the county board helped us significantly by helping us close the gap that we had, and now we have a fully funded budget. And just wanted to kind of bring people up to today from where we started back in the fall, and note that where we are today is the result of a lot of hard work on a lot of people's parts, both in APS and the county, with the finance staff and with the board and with the superintendent. So I want to thank everybody for all the work that they've done on this, and just note that, we hope we are going to be in a better place as we go into the next budget cycle, which of course will culminate, about a year from now, because of some of the things that have happened this year. So let me turn it over to Leslie, and you can walk us through the budget.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
It is my absolute pleasure to be here tonight to bring this budget to a conclusion. I'm going to update us on where we are at the moment. The board did see an update to the budget at its work session last Thursday, but I'm going to repeat that here so that everyone in the viewing audience knows exactly where we are. So on April 23rd, the county board adopted its budget, and as part of that, it provided an additional 1/2 cent tax increase over the 1 cent that was already included in the county manager's proposed budget. There was also a combination of one-time and ongoing funds. In addition, there was a little other revenue that they provided, some money from the third quarter reestimate, and an additional lump sum from the county. So with this county transfer that we received, at the school board's proposed budget, there was a gap still remaining of about $6.8 million, $6,775,000. The additional county transfer together left us in a position where we had about a $39,000 gap remaining. And we recommended to the board that we use $39,000 from our reserves to close that gap so that we would have a fully balanced budget. Here is a summary. Ooh, it's a lot smaller up there than I expected it to be. Sorry about that. This is a summary of where we are with the additional revenue, the ongoing revenue of $4.2 million, and one-time money of $2.5 million, and then the additional $39,000 from the future budget year's reserve. And as you can see, we do have a fully balanced budget at this point of $669,314,705.
Okay, thank you very much. So now we'll take speakers first, and then after the speakers, we'll have a motion. And after the motion, we'll have clarifying comments or comments and potential amendment motions from the board. So first, do we have speakers?
Yes, sir. We have 5 speakers on the budget. First is Mr. Brandon Derflinger.
Good evening, and I just wanted to start by saying thank you all for your dedication and your perseverance in what is a very difficult budget process. I speak today as a teacher in Arlington County Public Schools, and I've been well aware of the difficulties in this budget season, and I understand that there were tough decisions that needed to be made. I've also been watching the work sessions as well. So the thing that I really want to express tonight is how much I love being an Arlington public school teacher. I very much enjoy it, and I love it, and I love the interaction and the support that we get. In this budget, however, there is an issue that I want to just comment on with regards to compensation. And while I agree that it's not necessarily a promise that we will get the increases that we get, I do use that for planning my financial future, and other teachers do as well. And I think under this proposed budget, we have a COLA increase, which is very wonderful, but for those of us not getting a step, that's half of what we would normally get. And as a young teacher, a career switcher, a person in their 40s, I look at this and I want to say that it hurts. But at the same time, it's not going to dissuade me from teaching in Arlington County Public Schools. But going forward, I would love to see some kind of proactive measure where we can realistically inform staff members about how compensation will increase and the necessary cuts that need to be made. But again, thank you all for your help and support, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming in this evening.
Thank you. Next, we have Joshua Folb.
This board has spent many hours crafting, debating, and approving policies around a spectrum of issues so that when times are tough and emotions are high, the policy can be the guiding light. Policy G321 says that a step shall be given if there is sufficient funding. Clearly, we have the money. The debate should end right there. Step increase, do a compensation study, 5-0 vote, we move on. However, because of recruiting issues and stagnant wages, some believe without the data of a compensation study that the fixes can be engineered on the fly. Maybe these solutions are the right ones, but maybe they aren't. If we don't do the step, 76% of all staff and 83% of all teachers will get less money next year than they would from their step, and they know it. Once a step is lost, I lost 3 in the last round, it is never recovered. A COLA can be made up the next year. 76% of all employees and 83% of all teachers get less than something for what we think is right. So I ask this board, we've got money for the compensation study. Why are we even going to do a compensation study if we know the answer? Why spend the money? No one that I've talked to disputes that we need to do compensation differently. The question is how. Let's not tinker with a system that we might make worse. Let's gather the facts, get a price tag for the fix, and advocate together for the money. We did it with 2 scales. We can do it for the entire system. The AEA has been sounding the alarm on compensation competition for years, and you have finally heard the call, and I thank you. Let's fix this collaboratively and with one voice. Let's do the step now, and let's fix it immediately following. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Josh, for coming in and sharing your thoughts this evening.
All right, next we have Ingrid Gant.
Good evening. My name is Ingrid Gant. I am the president of the greatest union we have, the Arlington Education Association, and I'm speaking on behalf of our members. Protocol already being established. We first say thank you to the school board and Leslie Peterson, Tamika Lovely Miller for the many hours of work sessions involving questions and answers that you provided. We do say thank you. So we are all here waiting your vote on the proposed budget. And it is our hope that this vote tonight will be educator approved. What does that mean? I'm glad you've asked. Oftentimes, educators are asked to give their approval on so many things. Maybe they are to serve on committees or councils appointed by the superintendent. Some are asked to give educator approval on curriculum and surveys that come out throughout the year. We're often asked, as many of us you've heard, to be given our approval on political actions, who's running for office, and many of you have received our approval. It is our hope that you didn't just talk the talk, but you're now ready to walk the walk. We're at a place where educators are seeking for you to give the vote that is due to us. Yes, we will benefit from policy G-3.2.1 titled Salary, where it states, if funding is available and is sufficient, the school board shall give a step. I don't understand why we're sitting here debating it, a step or a COLA. You do anything else you want to do. I personally don't benefit from either. We have many people, as Josh Fope has just said, that would gladly want that COLA, but it is not okay to forsake policy, because when you do that, the union has to file a grievance or a vote of no confidence in what you're doing that's going against policy. Without the step, you're going against policy.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ingrid, for coming in and giving us your thoughts this evening.
All right, our next speaker is Belinda Fulb.
Hi, my name is Belinda Fulb, and I'm a kindergarten teacher at Oak Ridge Elementary School. I'm completing my 4th year in Arlington Public Schools. When my son with special needs was born, I made the choice to stay at home and care for him. I'm sure many stay-at-home parents understand it was the right choice for my family, but the wrong choice for my career. The step increases are crucial to try to catch up with my husband and with my peers and ensure that my pay when I retire is enough to live on. We recently finished the Jewish holiday of Passover. A traditional song during this holiday is Dayenu, which means it would have been enough. It recounts the miracles bestowed upon the Jewish people. The recent actions by APS and the action that might occur tonight seem like a twisted version of this traditional song. Had all surplus staff been placed before spring break, Dayenu, it would have been enough. Had everyone not been placed before spring break, but APS had been honest about the process, Dayenu, it would have been enough. Had APS not been honest about the process, but admitted that they were wrong, Dianu, it would have been enough. Had APS not admitted they were wrong, but committed to a step increase to show that they appreciate their hardworking staff, Dianu, it would have been enough. This school board did not directly cause the unnecessary surplus chaos, but you do have an opportunity to show staff that are struggling to climb the ladder in Arlington that we matter by granting us this step. Dianu, it will be enough.
Thank you very much, Belinda, for coming in this evening.
All right. And our last speaker is Zachary Fritz.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Zachary Fritz, and I've been a fifth grade teacher at Hoffman Boston Elementary School and an Arlington resident for 5 years, and I am here speaking on my own behalf. I'm here to share my thoughts on the possibility of this budget passing without the inclusion of a step increase for teachers across the district and how it will affect young teachers like myself. Very soon, I was hoping and planning to begin my pursuit of an advanced college degree to strengthen my ability to provide the best education for the children that I proudly serve in this community. Without a step increase this year and the subsequent impact it will have on my ability to pay for that education moving forward, those plans and hopes will most likely have to be put on hold. My wife and I were hoping and planning to start our own family very soon and further embed ourselves in this great community. Without a step increase this year and the subsequent impact that it will have on my ability to provide for that family we hope to create, we may have to put those plans on hold. There are many other young teachers like me that I know will have to make these same considerations should this budget pass. Please keep those considerations in the forefront of your minds tonight as you cast your votes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for coming in this evening, sharing your thoughts with us. That's it? Okay. Thank you to all the speakers. As I said, I know how difficult it is to come in the evening, leave family time, and bring us your thoughts, so we all appreciate it. Thank you. And I am now going to make a motion on the budget. And I am. Are you going to display? Okay. Thank you. I move that the Arlington School Board adopt its fiscal year 2020 school board budget totaling $669,314,705. The school board's fiscal year 2020 budget requires an ongoing county transfer of $532,329,006, a beginning balance or carry forward of $3,500,000, and funding from reserves of $11,409,258 broken into the following. 1, the school operating fund at a total of $553,034,408, requiring a county transfer of $463,264,169, a beginning balance or carry forward of $3,500,000, and funding from reserves of $6,489,808. Funding is provided in the school operating fund for a compensation study, $200,000, and a budget study, $75,000, to inform future budgets. 2, the Community Activities Fund at a total of $20,244,873, requiring a county transfer of $6,125,305. Number 3, the Debt Service Fund at a total of $59,160,562, requiring a county transfer of $58,857,474, and funding from reserves of $303,088. Number 4, the Food and Nutrition Services Fund at a total of $10,728,000, requiring a county transfer of $0, and funding from beginning balance or carry forward of $180,000. Number 5, the Capital Projects Fund, at a total of $6,458,495, requiring a county transfer of $1,842,133, and funding from reserves of $4,616,362. Number 6, the Children's Services Act Fund, at a total of $4,225,000, requiring a county transfer of $2,239,925. Number 7, the Grants and Restricted Programs Fund, at a total of $15,463,367, requiring a county transfer of $0. And I further move that the $10.7 million for a compensation increase included in the budget be used to provide a step increase to eligible employees. I further move that the Arlington School Board authorize the advanced placement of purchase orders for the purchases of goods and services such as playground equipment, general floor covering improvements, play areas, painting projects, HVAC equipment and services, upgrades to public announcement systems, new fire alarm systems, repositioning relocatables, productivity software, computers, and device cases that are funded in the adopted FY 2020 budget. These orders will be placed only after the Finance Office verifies that the funds have been designated in the school board's adopted fiscal year 2020 budget. These items should be neither received nor invoiced until on or after July 1st, 2019. There's going to be a quiz on those numbers in a few minutes. Could I have a second, please, on the motion?
Second.
Thank you. So, are there any clarifying questions that the board members have?
I have an amendment to that motion. Is this the correct time to put that forward?
Yes.
Do you have a question, Dr. Cannon?
I'm sorry. Was
I
there a
do.
question first?
Yeah, I do have a question. I'm sorry. Just get this process right. Are we defining compensation as we're making a motion, as we've received?
Yes, it's in the motion.
Okay, I'm sorry. I missed it then. Thank you.
Any other clarifying questions before the amendment? Okay, Tanya, please.
I move to waive I move to waive policy G-3.2.1 salary for fiscal year 2020 and amend the budget to allocate the $10.7 million compensation package to the compensation payment breakouts outlined in hypothetical option 1 presented at the March 19th and May 2nd work sessions.
Thank you. Is there a second on that amendment number 1 to the main motion?
Second.
Thank you. So let's have some discussion on this before we vote on it. Tanya, would you like to start?
Yes. I want to take a moment to share with the community that I have heard the teachers' advocacy. But I also know that there's 2,000 plus employees who are hourly, employees who will get nothing with the step increase. And while they're not here to advocate, I have been an hourly employee. I have worked in a situation where I depend and hope for a raise, even if it's 10 cents or a quarter. That makes a difference when you're living check to check and you're budgeting every single dime for rent, for food, for clothes, for lunches for your kids. That 10 cents, 20 cents, or 25 cents makes a difference. And while I understand to some extent the step scale and the consequence of not doing the step and how it delays your progression to the 30 steps that we provide and how it has effects on other factors of that process, I can't ignore the effect of not providing 2,000 plus employees a cost of living increase, and it appears as though we have not provided that increase regularly for the last 4 years. I recognize that we have a policy in place, and I respect policy. I did not vote to amend that policy. I like to believe that at that time, had I read that policy, I would have considered our hourly employees, those employees who are not mentioned in that policy, because I have read that policy over a few times. I have not been able to find a policy in our policies that cover our hourly employees. I hope to correct that in the future. So I'm moving to waive the policy. We made the intention of this waiver at our motion on April 11th, which is why we had to, again, add that compensation package in the original amendment towards a step. And so while I recognize that I would disappoint many teachers in our system, I am not doing something that will not provide a salary increase. I do understand what it's like to not get what you expect, but I also understand what it's like to not get anything while your rent increases and while the cost of living increases. Hypothetical option 1 provides a 2.7% COLA to all teachers and all hourly employees and provides a raise, whether through market rate adjustment, a top of scale adjustment, to all other scales, which is why I'm supporting that package. And that is the reason I made the amendment. So thank you for allowing me to make remarks on that.
Thank you very much. Other comments, Nancy?
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. I will be supporting this amendment. I support Ms. Talento's motion to waive policy G 3.2.1 salary and provide the hypothetical option 1 compensation plan presented at our work session number 3 as part of our FY 2020 budget. The approved motion number 5 for the school board's proposed budget of April 11th notified the public that we were interested and might select a compensation option other than the step increase. There are 2 reasons, really, fundamentally, why I support this. The first is this plan uses all but $10,000 of the $10.7 million allocated for compensation for the FY 2020 budget. It ensures that all 7,078 employees receive a salary increase. Second reason, they all receive an increase. I support this option because it provides salary increases to all employees across all salary scales. I don't prefer a step increase because it provides only 46%, less than half of our employees with an increase, and gives no raise of any kind to 54% of our employees. The AEA acknowledges that not all employees benefit from a step increase, and it has asked us to consider both a step and a COLA. Well, that's just not where we are this year. At this time, our budget just does not allow for both. Given this reality, I do not prefer providing only a step increase. Many of the employees who would not receive any increase at all under a step increase are our lowest paid employees. They are extended day staff, teaching assistants, cafeteria staff, bus drivers, custodians, substitutes, and some teachers. Many of these employees, even at the top of the scale, qualify for committed affordable housing. Leaving them out of a pay increase this year is unconscionable. They deserve a living wage. We need to raise these wages through option 1's mix of a step and a COLA, and then move on to a more comprehensive revision of the pay plan next year. I urge you to look back at that plan if you don't have it and see that teachers receive, as Ms. Talento has said, a 2.7% across the board salary increase. All teachers, not just those step eligible. I understand that current salary policy states we are to give a step if funds are available. This arbitrary mandate in our policy is wrong and should be changed ASAP. Meanwhile, it should not constrain us and prevent us from doing right by the majority of our employees today. For me, providing all employees with an increase is the right thing to do. Moving forward, we need to ensure we provide enough funds in our budget to properly compensate all of our employees every year. To make this happen, we must fix our policy, provide proper budget guidance, complete the compensation study and budget studies. Again, for this year, hypothetical option 1 is the best plan. It ensures that all employees receive a pay increase, all 7,078 employees, and brings all salary scales into a more competitive position in our market. So right now, I'm asking all employees, particularly the 54% who do not receive an increase under the step, 54%, more than half, annually, to reach out immediately to the board, this board, and to your associations. In the precious few minutes you have in your busy days, taking care of our children and your families, let us know you need a living wage. I know you all need a raise, and I'm fighting for it. I want to ensure all employees that your needs matter. Every single employee, all 7,078, in every single pay scale. All of you, each one of you, are this system's treasure. I deeply appreciate what you do every single day for our children, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you want to go? Barbara, please. Thank you.
I will not be supporting this amendment. The fact is, we should absolutely be providing a COLA for our staff, absolutely. And we didn't think of it last fall when we provided budget direction to the superintendent. We didn't work it into our budget this spring when the superintendent put tiers 2 and 3 on the table for us to consider a total of $20 million worth of cuts. And we could have found $3.9 million to incorporate the AEA proposal. For example, there were others, but we could have incorporated that COLA proposal with a step for an additional $3.9 million, and we didn't do it. We, the school board, did not prioritize providing a full compensation package to our staff. The step, as has been pointed out all along, is fundamental. It is in our policy. I remember in 2016 when we passed it with a 5-0 vote. 3 of us were on the board at the time. It was a big deal. When I joined the board, staff morale was perhaps at the lowest I've seen it in Arlington Public Schools. And the reason was because years before that, the step had been taken out of policy. And restoring it was, I don't want to speak for other board members. It was extremely important to me, but I know, because I watched the video to remind myself how important it was to our former colleague, Dr. Emma Villan-Sanchez, a career APS employee herself, who felt very strongly that it was important to bring that back for our staff. It was a basic understanding of employment with Arlington Public Schools that when you get a pass your performance review, you get the step increase every year. It was understood. We put it back in policy. As has been pointed out, the wording now gives the school board an out to not provide a step when we can't afford it, but we can. I will continue to support the step increase as we go forward with our budget votes this evening. I will not be supporting the amendment. I do want to clarify a couple of things about the policy. There is already a section in that policy on a living wage. Just last year, I think, we increased the minimum wage to $15 per hour because of that policy. And we also increased the lower points of a number of our scales. I should say HR did that. We did not take that action, I think, separately as a school board, but salaries have increased for a number of employees because of this policy that does, in fact, ensure a living wage. We could, of course, talk about other ways to do that, but we do have a strong policy already in place. Again, going forward, I sincerely hope that we will take this seriously, what we've learned about the importance of fully compensating our staff, and we will go forward in the fall with budget direction that does direct the superintendent to include both a STEP and a COLA in our budget next year. But meanwhile, this year I will be supporting the STEP.
Thank you very much. Monique, do you have comments? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Goldstein. This has been a really tough budget year, and we had to make a lot of choices. Those choices included us ensuring that there was $10.7 million for staff increases. And it also had us ensuring that we could support our system and our mission, vision, and core values. Unfortunately, in order to do both of those, we could not put into our budget, in my opinion, a COLA and a STEP for our staff. But we were able to secure the $10.7 million that would be in place for that compensation, that potential STEP. It was asked, why are we having this conversation? And I understand why we're having this conversation. It's because we're falling behind our neighborhood jurisdictions for compensating and being able to hire teachers, especially as we're growing. And one of the things we value so much is our great teachers, and we want to continue to be able to attract them. Another reason why we're having this conversation is because we have many people in our system who do not benefit from a STEP, who are trying to make ends meet. So I do understand why we're having this conversation. I think it's a valid conversation for us to have, even though I think it's a tough conversation. I want to thank my colleagues, Ms. Talento and Ms. Van Dorn, for speaking for those people who are not fully represented in the STEP process. I think that's an appropriate, right thing to do, and I value you for bringing that up. I want to say that even with that, I do feel that I can't fix that problem right now. I think we need more time, unfortunately. And in asking for that time, I know that, unfortunately, many of our staff members, our hourly workers, and many of our other workers, including 17% of our teachers this year, will not see a salary increase. And that's highly unfortunate, and one thing that I'd like to work on next year. I think that we need to have time to have a conversation to discuss this with our future head of human resources, who's currently not in place in a permanent position. We have a wonderful interim, but we're looking for a permanent person for that position. I think we need to have this conversation with AEA and also with folks who are not in AEA, who also are going to be impacted by this, by our compensation packages. I think we need to study the best way to ensure that all of our staff are compensated fairly and appropriately. And fortunately, with this budget, if it passes the way that it's crafted, there is a compensation study that will be held to help us figure out how we can retain, reward, and attract teachers in our system, which is great because of our staff, our teachers, our administrators, our hourly employees, our cafeteria workers, our bus drivers, our clericals, our extended day staff. All of you are valued, but we cannot show that at this point with the compensation we have available to be able to distribute to our staff unless we change the formula that we're looking at. And that's why I value what Ms. Talento and Ms. Van Dorn have tried to do with offering a different alternative. But this is policy. It's a policy I did not vote for. It's a policy I think we need to talk about together as a community and utilize all this information that we can gain through a study. And I'm saddened that I feel that we didn't have enough time to have that conversation before today's vote. I hope that the AEA and other folks who are not in the AEA who receive a paycheck from Arlington Public Schools will work with us to try to figure out a better way to do this. I hope that we can work as we craft our budget for next year to figure out a way to incorporate more money that can accommodate the needs of all of our staff, no matter what it is. So I hope that when we all gather around the table, we can look at a way to potentially ensure that we have a system that does not leave us behind our neighboring jurisdictions that have turned to COLAs in the past to make sure that our staff can stay ahead of the game, and look at ways that we can continue to fairly compensate. So I'm going to vote against this motion heavy-heartedly because I understand that this is hurting people if I don't vote against it. But I vote against it with the hope that I send to the folks who are advocating for us to move forward with a step that we can all come to the table, work together, and try to figure out a way that we can come up with a package that can benefit all people. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. I have to say, listening to my colleagues here on what, I'll say again, it's been a very difficult issue, that I'm so impressed with, even when we disagree, with the intelligent and passionate and diverse thoughts and opinions that they bring forward, describing, how they look at an issue like this and how they plan to vote. And I also want to compliment Nancy and Tanya for their heartfelt advocacy for those employees in our system who are not covered by the step increase and for whom we don't have a compensation increase plan. So we have some very conflicting compensation issues here. We have the notion of a regular step increase. We are being pinched by a national teacher shortage. As has been mentioned, the surrounding jurisdictions are kind of leading us in the salary scale because of the COLAs that they've instituted in the past, the need for a COLA on our part to push our whole scale up. We have employees at the top of the scale and on longevity who don't normally get compensation increases. We put a step into policy a few years ago to guide us instead of the ad hoc process that preceded it. And now these other considerations loom large, the teacher shortage, the need for the COLA, as I mentioned, the pay for hourly employees, top of scale, longevity, et cetera. These are all worthy considerations, more than worthy, essential, compelling considerations that we did not budget for to fix this year. And trying to do so now, unfortunately, is going to create a Frankenstein. All of these conflicting considerations were in place, were still, evident, were here when the policy was adopted in December of 2016. Abandoning the policy now because these considerations loom probably larger than they had before, and shooting from the hip is going to bring us back to the ad hoc chaos and uncertainty that existed before the step was enshrined in policy. We did acknowledge the conflicting compensation issues during this budget deliberations in the budget season, and we funded a compensation study to deal with it. My feeling is that we should let it take its course. We should let the professionals who will be doing this compensation study tell us how to best address these issues that we all want to deal with. We can take whatever action we deem necessary after we hear from them. My feeling is, if that is my feeling for my colleagues who are ready to preempt the compensation study by abandoning the step and instituting some not terribly robust measures, my question is, why fund the compensation study at all if you already know the right answer? So it's important to me and I'm speaking for everybody here, it's important to everyone, because it is a pocketbook issue, that our excellent staff be fairly compensated. And I am committed, and I believe my colleagues here are all committed to working out the issues over the time it takes us to get this compensation study rolling and get the results from it. We care about the staff, and we want to take care of them, all of them. And I think we need the best advice on how to do that from a compensation study. So I will also not be supporting this amendment. Are there any other comments? Tanya?
Yes, I would like to answer the question that you asked in your remarks. Why fund the compensation study if I know the answer? I didn't propose to know the answer. What I stated was that 2,000 plus of our employees are not getting any increase with this current plan, and I do not think that that is the way we value all of staff members in APS. And while our teachers are the most amazing employees we have, they provide direct services to our students. They are also supported by 2,000 employees who regularly go unnoticed and undervalued. And so I just want to clarify that I do not have an answer, and that the compensation study is something that we need so that we are not regularly having the discussion that we are having today, and that we are able to ensure that we are able to value all of our employees through salary and pay increases, which is what an industry generally does and how they value their employees. So I just wanted to answer the question that you posed. I'm grateful that we're having the compensation study. I think it is necessary, and that this compensation study should be strictly focused on a payment structure. I think our last compensation study was focused on market salaries and wages. We need to understand what kind of compensation structure is sustainable in APS moving forward as a growing system and in a place where we cannot live off increasing taxes every year. And how can we have this type of compensation structure that still rewards not only our teachers, but every single person who steps foot into this system and who serves this system so that we can provide the best education to our students? So I just want to provide that answer to your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any more comments from board members before we are ready to vote on the amendment number 1 to the main motion?
Mr.
Yes, ma'am.
Goldstein, I just wanted to say that I'm concerned about the policy the way it is written. I'm concerned because we followed the policy and we are falling behind our counterparts. And so I think it's important for us to look at this policy. So my vote against this motion, this amendment, is not to say that I feel as if this policy has been taking us in the right direction. I was involved when the school. I was involved as a citizen activist at the time that this was passed, but I was not involved in this issue. And so I don't. Maybe, and if anyone wants to speak to this, maybe members of the board, when they passed this, saw or felt that we were going to continue to be able to maybe have more money in the budget, do other things. I'm not sure, but I just want to say that I think we do need to look at this again, and I don't want anyone to misconstrue that I think that this is something that we shouldn't be looking at again, and it's not, in my opinion, the only reason why I will be voting for this. It's one of the reasons that it contributes, but I think there's other reasons. So I just wanted to make that differentiation. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. So, Nancy.
Just to have a full range to this discussion, because we did have 7 budget work sessions on this topic, and there was a lot of information. And I actually, even though I've been on the board for 5 years, I learned, I think, more this year than I have in other years. And I don't really know why, other than there was a depth that we went to and a struggle that I think is very important that we had. so that we are really understanding what all of our employees need and we need to do. But in going through those sessions, the superintendent was consistently clear about what his recommendation was and what his staff's recommendation was. And I wonder if we might hear that, because then we see the full range of the options, if he might be willing to comment on that or feels that that contributes to the conversation at all.
I want to pick up on something, though, that Ms. O'Grady said, and I think we have to recognize moving forward that we need to look at this over a period of time. Your question, and I'm not going to get into a lot of detail, but your question was, I wasn't on the board at the time, why was this decision made? I think we have to recognize that economic times are very fluid today, and decisions that were made back then may have been good decisions at that time or informed decisions, but things continue to change. To respond to your question, Ms. Van Dorn, I think it really centers on the idea that we are falling behind and competing for staff. I recognize all the arguments that are on the table. They are all valid, but I also recognize the fact that because we are growing and because we have high-quality staff now, I want to maintain that level of high-quality staff, and I want to make sure that I'm competitive with many of the surrounding school districts in this region. So I think everyone, as Mr. Goldstein has said, has made valid points. I think they all have merit, and I think we are positioning ourselves for next year to be in a better place.
Thank you, and I would
I'm
like
sorry,
to...
Mr. Goldstein, I didn't get an answer to my question. Dr. Murphy, what was your recommendation during the budget process regarding the compensation increase?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought my recommendation was rather clear and has been rather consistent all along. I recommended the 2.4% COLA increase.
And we will have an opportunity to provide our interests and comments in the scope of the compensation study as it is, getting started. So I'm going to call for a vote now on the amendment number 1 to the main motion. All in favor of that amendment number 1, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please indicate by saying nay.
Nay.
Nay. And that motion fails 2-3. And now we are back to the main motion.
Mr. Goldstein, I have another amendment to the motion.
Please.
I move to amend the budget to add $100,000 to maintain the 2 Montessori assistants paid for with one-time money in fiscal year 2019, in fiscal year 2019's adopted budget, and to add back into the fiscal year 2020 budget the Assistant Director of Assessment, which is an additional $140,000. This would add a total of $240,000 to our baseline budget and maintain these 3 current FTEs. I further move that the $240,000 be used from the future budget year's reserves to fund these 2 requests.
Thank you. Is there a second for that?
Second.
And can we have some discussion, please, on that? Tanya, would you like to start?
Yes. In the process of all of our budget deliberations, we were focused on a lot of different things. Last year, we funded 2 Montessori assistants with one-time funds at $50,000 each. The Montessori program is moving into a new building and will not be sharing resources any longer with Drew Elementary. And so I think this is not the appropriate time to reduce the support. And just as a reminder to the community, we reduced, I believe, half of the assistants last year to Montessori already. The Montessori model, if anyone has researched it or looked into it, speaks for a teacher assistant in every classroom. And so we've already reduced it by half. They're moving to a new building. We added 2 back in with one-time funds. I think this is the wrong time to eliminate that. If we, after next year, once they're in the building, once the program is stabilized, once they have allocated all of their resources necessary to run in their own school, in their own building, we find that there are efficiencies, then I'm happy to support reduction again. However, it is not something that I think is prudent that we do at this time. As far as the director of assessment, the assistant director of assessment handles a lot of our testing. They manage the administration of the Naglieri nonverbal ability test, the cognitive ability test, access for English language learners, the advanced placement test, the international baccalaureate IB test, and our SOL tests. They serve as the division level point of contact between the school division and the Virginia Department of Education. And the assistant director has the division-wide responsibility for proper implementation of SOL testing procedures. I do not think that as we are growing and that as the profile of the graduate testing requirements are changing, that this is a time to eliminate that position and shrink that department. I think that it'll create operational risk. It can put our reporting requirements at risk, and during a time of stringent reporting requirements that will be coming before us in the future, I do not think this is a prudent reduction. When we voted on our proposed budget on April 11th, I did not have the clarity of the information that I have available to me now regarding the assistant director of assessment. If I had at that time, I would have advocated very hard to not reduce that position. As many of you know, I was one of the board members who asked to go to the county and ask for the full funding of our budget and not take any reductions, because I do think that our reductions are harmful and we have very few, if any, efficiencies in our budget. But we did make reductions, and this is one that I want to put back in. So this is why I'm making the amendment, and I would appreciate my colleagues' support in having the $240,000 put back into our budget and taken from future budget year reserves. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other comments? Monique.
Yep. I will be supporting Ms. Talento's motion. Since we passed our proposed budget, I've had more information that has been made aware to me, and I do agree that these are positions that should continue in the budget. Regarding the Montessori assistants, the 2 assistants that were put in last year with one-time funds, now I understand that the current trading that's gone on at the school, the program has given up FLES, it's given up its ITC for next year, it's given up half of a library assistant, it's given up many things to try to get as many assistants in the program as possible, and it still is not at a point where the National Center for Montessori in the Public Sector would say that it is at an acceptable level for assistance to fit the Montessori model. And so I believe this is a transition year for the school, and I think it's important that we give them the opportunity to have to fully implement the pedagogy, and I think that it is a prudent use of funds. Secondly, regarding the assessment position, I agree with Ms. Talento. There are many assessments. Some of those assessments actually have an impact on students who may not assess the same way as our mainstream students. I think it's important to keep that in, and I am concerned that we will continue to have more pressure on ensuring that we are assessing students, and so because of that, I will be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from board members? Barbara?
Yes, I'll make more extensive comments when we get back to the main motion regarding my concerns about the sustainability of this budget. We are already using $2.5 million in one-time funds to support this budget, and that's on top of the one-time funds we're using that we plan for and we have a strategic rationale for, like supporting the compensation increase and things like that. I'm concerned about the sustainability because we didn't prioritize some of the core services, of course, our staff and class size, and because of that, I cannot rationalize using more one-time funds in this budget, and I'll be voting no.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? All right, I have some comments. So we did not continue the lower class sizes that we did fund with one-time funds in the fiscal 19 budget. We did not continue that into the fiscal 20 budget, which affects all classrooms. Taking money from reserves to advantage a small set of students now in the Montessori program, I believe, is inequitable. Reserves is not a candy store that you visit when you want to sweeten your day. We took more than $10 million in cuts, including class size, before the budget process started. If we say that class size increases are needed to tighten the belt and make the budget work, then belt tightening by the Montessori program is not unreasonable to ask, especially in a year that Montessori is getting its own school. The principal, the assistant superintendent for teaching and learning, and the superintendent all said during the budget work session that this will work. This allocation of Montessori assistants will work. If we find that it isn't, we can always add it back in next year. But I agree that I am more than uncomfortable with taking more one-time funds at this late stage in the budget process, so I will not be supporting that amendment. Are there other comments before we vote? All right, so I'm going to call for a vote on the amendment number 2 to the main motion. All in favor of the amendment number 2, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay. And that motion passes 3-2. Thank you. And so now we are back to the main motion as amended. Is that correct? Main motion with amendment. The main motion has
Just passed.
main motion has been amended by the
Sorry,
one that just passed.
I sat down, so I zoned out a little bit. Sorry about that. All right, so Amendment 2, yes. Main
Okay.
motion as amended.
Okay. If there are no other amendments to the main motion as amended,
Yes.
then we can make some comments. So, just want to make sure all proposed amendments have been moved. And are there comments board members would like to make? Nancy.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. But my comments are going to be pretty succinct. The first is I just cannot thank the Arlington residents enough for fully funding our budget and to provide the amazing resources that we have to provide to our schools and our students. Thank you, thank you, thank you, and thank you to the county board for investing in the schools. It pays off. It brings companies like Amazon here and many other companies that are now pouring in. I really hope we begin to see the benefits of that with a growing economy and increases in our tax base. That would be wonderful because it would be nice to have a little breathing room as our school system continues to burgeon. We're going through a lot of growing pains and right-sizing ourselves. So I just wanted to say thank you to every citizen that is paying a little more this year so we have great schools, and to the county board for recognizing that they needed to help us with that. So I'm very grateful, as I know all of our teachers and families are. Also, I wanted to mention that I proposed the compensation study and budget study, much to the chagrin of some of my colleagues at the time, because in some instances you need to invest money to figure out how to spend money. And the hypothetical option number 1 was a plan, and I thought it was a very solid plan put together by our staff. And we heard a lot of questions about who came up with that and how did we come up with it. I spent a lot of time with our staff understanding it. But I do think there's a great deal of value to have somebody, an objective party, come in and help us all come together and agree how we need to fix our compensation plan. It was created in the last century. I talked to an employee who's been here for 50 years, and the same plan was in place 50 years ago. It has had tweaks. It's been, and each one, it was fascinating to me to talk to former board members who explained, well, in this year we did that tweak, and in that year we did that tweak. And honestly, I think We haven't really done any since I've been on the board. So it's high time we get to that and to figure out what is the right compensation plan in a growing school system in this market. And I really look forward to doing that work, which is exactly why I proposed that plan. And we also do, as Dr. Kennedy said, have to do something about the sustainability of our budget. But we all are going to have to dig in because over 80% of our budget is compensation. So there's going to be no sustainability issue unless we're looking squarely at compensation. Dr. Murphy always talks about the other drivers, compensation and then overlay. We're going to have to look at all those things that make APS APS, the extras that we have that we all love. Do we really want those? Do we really need those? Are there things we can go without so that we can move money to other things and make this budget more sustainable? The last driver is class size. We cherish our small class sizes. Is that something we're willing to compromise to make a more sustainable budget? I don't know the answer to those questions, but those are going to have to be discussed as we really try to make this budget fit going forward and work for our community. So my big thank you is there. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But we have work to do. It's very important to do these studies. It's why I propose them. I'm very glad that my colleagues have gotten on board to understand the need for them, because I think they're really going to be able to help us and inform us. And the moment I leave this meeting, I want to start working on these issues with everybody else. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments before we vote? Monique?
Yes, thank you. I want to thank everyone who helped us work on this budget. This was a lot of work, and it felt like even more work this year because of the tight budget constraints our community faced this year. I am proud that when we actually went to the county board, we asked for what I feel our school system needed as much as we could. And that our ask was based on our needs, and that in those needs we were able to protect many of the things that our community treasure that reflect our mission, vision, and core values. And we heard from so many people during our budget deliberations about the things that they felt were needed. Additionally, I want to say that we did find efficiencies in our budget, and I was happy that we were able to do so. Some of the things I am most proud of is that this budget will allow us to plan for the future. I want to thank Ms. Van Dorn for suggesting that we have this compensation study. When she suggested it, I didn't really understand how much we needed it, and we need it so much. So I want to thank you for having the foresight of knowing that this was so important to our community and our staff. I'm also happy to say that we are including, if the budget passes, money to launch a pilot to give some of our high schoolers the ability to get the life lesson of learning how to ride public transportation. That will help us as we face challenges with transportation. I think that could be a very important move forward for our system as we continue to grow and we face challenges around transportation. And in addition to that, this budget also calls for a chief diversity officer. I am so excited about that position because I think it is right in line with our new strategic plan that puts at the forefront equity is one of our core values. I believe a chief diversity officer will help us ensure that we can move forward in something that we've had trouble doing in the past, which is closing or eliminating opportunity gaps. And so as a community that has a school system that is a majority minority district, I think that is important. And I look forward to us moving forward and incorporating that. As we move forward, I will continue to look for ways that we can continue to support our school system and our students and our staff in a way that values Arlington. And I thank you for the opportunity to vote on this budget.
Anybody else? Barbara?
So first of all, Mr. Chair, thank you to you. You've done a bit of cat herding, a little bit, and thank you for getting us to this point. It's a very, very hard work. It is very hard work for the chair, and we really appreciate you're putting your heart and soul into this work. Thank you, of course, to Dr. Murphy, Ms. Peterson, and your hardworking staff. You guys have also been just there all the time, doing whatever numbers we asked for. So thank you so much for that. It's hard to get to the end of the budget process and not like more than you don't like. So I will, of course, be supporting this budget. However, I'm actually very concerned about where we are. And I want to share a little bit about that. We had a lot, as Mr. Goldstein pointed out, we were concerned about a lot of things in the fall, especially the fact that we were opening 5 new schools and programs, and we knew that that was very costly. We were facing a large budget gap. But at the end of the day, we have ended with a budget that doesn't fully prioritize our core. The core, of course, being the fully compensating our teachers and staff and keeping our class sizes where they are today. As Mr. Goldstein said when we went to the county board for our joint work session, they are the secret sauce and the secrets to our success. They were bullet points 1 and 2 when we talked to the county board about the success of our schools, our teachers and staff, and our class sizes. And yet we gave up a little bit on both of those in this budget. Those issues, on top of the fact that we are relying on one-time funds, which means that we have to make up for those, that 2.5 million more, 2.75 million now, of use of one-time funds. We have fewer one-time funds in reserves, and I'm hopeful that we will be building into budget direction to the superintendent to provide the step and COLA next year and to restore class sizes, which simply means that we are going to be in a difficult spot at a point where we shouldn't be in such a difficult spot. The county board made a large tax increase to help us with this budget. But next year we will be going forward with some difficult items to try to build into this budget. We are going to have to look for structural efficiencies and I think truly consider some cuts to get us where we need to be next year and beyond. Closing a gap this year is not a success if we show up in the fall facing a large budget gap that we have to suffer through for another year and ultimately make cuts that we could have been contemplating this year. So I'm very concerned about that. However, again, I think, there's always a lot more to like about this budget at this point, and I will be supporting it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Other comments before we vote? Yeah, Tanya?
Yes, I just want to take this opportunity to thank the county for funding our budget. And I appreciated the deliberation that my colleagues and myself had in getting to the place that we are today. I think there were great discussions. I think that the community has done a great job in electing 5 people who represent the whole community and bring very different perspectives to the board and to these discussions. And it allows for a lot of debate, and we push each other to really defend our positions and learn about the work that we are doing and represent our community well. So I will be supporting this budget as amended. Thank you to the community for supporting our schools. I believe that every dollar we invest in our student is an investment in our future. I believe that everything that we are spending in APS is ensuring that the youth that we serve in APS has a path to greater and better success than most places, if not all places in the country. And so I will happily continue to push for investing in our students and find a fiscally responsible way to do that. I'm not a big shopper, but I am an investor in what I believe in that has value. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? All right, I'm going to make a quick, I'm going to repeat a lot of the thank yous that my colleagues have made. I want to associate myself with all of them. Say particularly, thank you first particularly to Leslie and her finance staff who did the lion's share of the work in developing this budget and answering questions. We had over 100 budget questions that, of course, are all online. And the rest of the staff, Dr. Murphy and his office. I want to thank the Arlington Education Association for their information and their advocacy. That information is very useful to us from the entire community. I also want to thank the entire community for their comments at the public hearings, in open office hours, and emails, phone calls, et cetera. All of that is very, very useful to us as we absorb opinion and information from lots of different sources. Also, of course, the county board, the collaboration that we have with them, and their closing our gap, and of course to my school board colleagues for all the work that they put in bringing us to this point. So, without further ado, I'm going to call for the vote. All in favor of the adoption of the main motion as amended, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that motion passes 5-0. Thank you all very much. And I'm going to take a 10-minute break here, and we will reconvene at 9:40. Okay, an 11-minute break. And we're back. And we have two monitoring items on our agenda tonight. And the first is the Equity and Excellence Update. Dr. Murphy, would you like to introduce that?
I'm sorry. Excuse me. Let me turn to Dr. Tara Natras to introduce this, and I also want to thank Carolyn Jackson for her work as the supervisor of the Office of Equity and Excellence. And this is part of a monitoring item. This is one of our regular monitoring items that we bring forward. We also alternate. Some years we do presentation, other years we do briefs. So this year we have a presentation. So Dr. Natras.
Good evening, and as Dr. Murphy said, we are going to be presenting a monitoring report for the Office of Equity and Excellence. I did want to take the opportunity to introduce Carolyn Jackson and also say this presentation is a very small snippet of the work that is done within the office. Anyone who has spent time with Carolyn knows that she is really passionate about the work, and we had to do a lot of funneling down of the presentation to do one highlight that is kind of an example of a lot of the work that goes on. So it is very challenging to fit all of the things into a monitoring report, so we picked some illustrative examples. I also want to thank Jeff Luttrell, our library supervisor, for being here. You may recall he is one of the members of the team who is leading a lot of our equity work within APS and was here for the budget and also to support Carolyn. So thanks for being here tonight. And she, as I said, is going to walk you through just a snapshot of the work and really focus on how our partnerships are supporting our student success. So I will turn things over.
Good evening, members of the board. Dr. Murphy, thank you for inviting me tonight to talk about the Office of Equity and Excellence. As you well know, you've had a lot of testimonies in the last few weeks about some of the things that the coordinators do in the school and that we're very proud of, but I just want to highlight that we are committed to all students with special emphasis on a targeted group of historically marginalized students. And how we support these students are through partnerships, through high-impact family engagement and community activities, as well as professional learning. As you can see, the Office of Equity and Excellence goals are in line with our current strategic plan. And looking at student success, when we talk about advanced, high, and clear expectations, we are talking about educating our students on all the possibilities and pathways towards graduation, whether it be college, whether it be career. We're here to educate them and make them feel that they can be successful, whether they're in IB, immersion, AP, or rigorous math courses, but also try to make sure they are aware of dual enrollment options, as well as our CTE certifications. And related to student wellness and the whole child, we build leaders. We give them voice, and you got a sampling of that during this current proposed budget process. And we both share the strong and mutual supportive partnerships in our community, because we all know that it takes a village to raise our children. This is our team. This is our mighty team. Very proud of these individuals who come to work every day with a deep passion to support our students, to support our families, and support our community partners. With them, we could not build these sustainable partnerships and the things, the essential relationships that make our students progress in our school system. We have 12 coordinators. They are not all full-time coordinators. We cross-pollinate with the special education office as well as the business department and testing. These individuals really focus on three major areas, and that's going to be academic development, college and career development, and social emotional development. And they do it in a very expertise way. They all bring different levels of knowledge, and they bring different levels of certifications. We have variety in diverse backgrounds, anywhere from social work, counseling, and teaching experiences. We have many highlights this year, and of course, I always start off with our Regional 4 Teacher of the Year, Mr. Tim Cotman, who has really represented our school district well in all of his equitable contributions as far as his professional development and how he leads courageous conversations and the work that he does in the school system. Also, in August, we went through a name change. We are now the Office of Equity and Excellence, formerly known as the Office of Minority Achievement. We are moving away from that deficit model of thinking and making sure that we stay progressive in our thinking and align with our current state Superintendent Lane's platform of equity throughout our Virginia school system. Also, I can't highlight all of them, but I wanted to talk about the work that's being done at the Arlington Career Center this year. Ms. Lozano got the position as our coordinator, and in doing that, she is instrumental with that team in doing some very aggressive and intentional recruiting of students of color. I would like to report that we almost double the amount of applications for the Arlington Tech program as she went out to all of the middle schools several times, held small group meetings in addition to working with parent groups to educate them on the benefits of our STEM programs within our school system. As we know, we have low enrollment for our students of color and our students with disability and our language learners in our dual enrollment classes. This year, we had Ms. Smith, who is one of the elementary coordinators who is certified to teach that class, go in a pilot program and teach 8 students. However, her efforts and her ability to give choice and innovation to that class, Wakefield now has enough students that have requested that class to have 3 dual enrollment English 12 classes. So we're moving in a good direction, and we're very happy about that. Our middle school students, we are exposing them earlier and earlier to multiple pathways, and this year we had a group of students to attend college visits as well as a college festival and fair that had over 120 different schools represented. In addition, I want to put a shout out to our elementary financial literacy program. We have, the bank is open every Thursday morning, and we are in partnership with the Arlington Community Federal Credit Union. Another way that we are supporting student success are with our college visits. This year, we visited 14 colleges and universities, and we're proud to say that we do day trips and overnight trips, and they're very well organized. And to contribute to that success, it just doesn't end with a college visit. Our coordinators are responsible and take on the role of helping students fill out applications, help educate parents how the process goes, the financial aid, how to prepare for interviews, in addition to how to prepare for interviews for jobs. And the reason that we do that is because we try to get these students ready for college. On our college field trips this year, we have a large majority of our students that they will be first-generation college students. And the reason that they think this is important, number one, they want to know if college is a good fit for them. They hear about it, they hear conversations about it, but it's another thing to experience that on-campus feel. Also, they want to see if that particular college is a good fit for them. So This preparedness comes full circle when we're working with families and we're working with the partnerships of our school, and we're educating our students at the same time. Another way we support students is through our multiple partnerships. And so as you can see here, we have partnerships that work within our school, but we are aligned to many connections outside of our school. And our family and community engagement has also increased this year. We're in partnership with our special education office as well as our FACE office, and this was our first year of offering the Black Parent Academy, where we have workshops that are very intentional in working with these parents and getting them really a good understanding on how the transition from math transitions between elementary school and middle school, but also what is a CTE and how does the STEM program really work and what does the certifications. We also offer workshops on literacy, and we've had Jeff come out to talk to our parents about our diverse circulation in our schools, so our parents will know what type of books are in our circulation, but what's that alignment between the importance of literacy and what that looks like at all 3 levels. For the purposes of this evening, due to time, I would like to focus and highlight our early identification program at George Mason. Our early identification program at George Mason has been in existence since 1988. We are in a consortium with 6 other school districts, and I'm proud to announce that we send the strongest candidates to this program. This program is made up of first-generation college students, and it is a pretty rigorous application process that they have to go through. About 200 students in 7th grade apply for slots in this program, and the program is really, I look at it as a wraparound service. It includes the families. They have workshops. They have a summer program. They have after-school tutoring. We have right now we have 38 students that have just been accepted to this program from each of the middle schools. And this is a little bit of data that's collected as far as the profile of our students. And so as you can see, we have students that range from 8th grade to 12th grade, and this is the makeup of our students that are economically disadvantaged that are in the program. Also, the gender breakdown of students that are currently in the program. This gives you a little bit of an idea of what families are benefiting from going to these programs. One of the things that we try to work with, the coordinators try to work with George Mason, is to have a balance of students by race, by gender, and also supporting those first-generation college students, making sure that they are constantly in contact with the parents when they have these mandatory meetings. We provide bus transportation out to George Mason for any event that they may have, any programs, any STEM-related events, and also during the summer, we provide full bus transportation for 3 weeks. That's also a breakdown of students that are eligible and not eligible for free and reduced lunch. And just to show a comparison between the school years, as you can see, 85 to 84% of our students are eligible in this program for free and reduced lunch. And that is the gender makeup of our students. It's an interesting conversation I had with the director of this program was how many females seem to be more interested in applying to this program. As far as they have to do an application, they have to make sure they have recommendations from an educator and someone from the community, but the parents also have to complete their profile information. Like I said, they have to be first-generation college students. So there are sometimes parents are having challenges with the new technology. That's a good way for our coordinators continue to build relationships with our parents to bring them in to help them and support this new venture. Moving forward, I know this was just a snapshot of one of the ways that this office supports students, but I also don't want to get away from the fact all the professional learning that goes on through this office. And it's not just for teaching staff, it is also for our non-teaching staff. This year, we had a nice collaboration with our extended day staff and training their supervisors on cultural competence. We cannot continue to leave certain individuals, certain departments out of the conversation because they all touch children and they all impact children. We are constantly increasing our collaborations with content and trying to enhance the delivery of instruction, but also enhancing the curriculum itself so children can see themselves within that curriculum. We talked about deep equity and how we're going to implement that starting, well, we've already started actually, but how we are going to train staff. And so that is a district-wide initiative. I don't want to leave that out. In addition to working with challenging racism and also working with the county on changing the narrative, which is an initiative that you might be aware of when we're working with the community to tell the narrative of African Americans in Virginia, but really concentrating and focusing on the history right here, the rich history right here in Arlington County. Again, another partnership. I don't want to ever lose sight that we are not working in silos. And a lot of times when we're talking about this office, we try to say it works alone. We do not work in isolation because we just can't. We can't operate like that. Everything has to work in a equitable, we have to look at things through an equitable lens. And I wanted to make sure elementary. Our elementary teacher specialists, their role in the office is a little bit different than the coordinators. Our teacher specialists go into the elementary schools and coach teams K through 2, because we're working on early literacy. The data shows that our students that do not have formalized instruction at preschool or they're in Head Start programs, they start off at a disadvantage. They already have a gap. So our teacher specialists are targeted to certain elementary schools to work with teams. And sometimes those teams are made up of less experienced teachers, new teachers, or teachers that just need some additional support through their collaborative learning teams. Okay, that was the short of it, because I realized I didn't have all night, but I did want to hit some highlights. And so at this time, I welcome questions about the office.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Carolyn.
Welcome.
Board members, do you have questions? No? Over here? No. Oh, everybody is aware of the time.
Yeah,
Ah.
I just wanted to, I don't need an answer. I submitted some questions today, and I would just like a follow-up on that and wonder if when we do the annual report, we can just provide some statistics about who you serve and how many and outcomes and things, but it does not have to be done now. I just
Okay.
asked it to be done in the future, if that would be possible. But I submitted them, and Dr. Murphy, if we can get a follow-up with answers to those questions, it would
I
be
have
great.
them.
Well, but if it would be great
Okay.
if it were part of the presentation, but you're welcome to, if you know what the questions, I thought maybe you might work them into your presentation, but it's totally up to you. If you have time and you'd like to provide some of that information, that would be,
I
okay.
think it
Yeah.
would probably be easier if we just
Right.
did them as follow-ups. That way we could
Great.
get more
That's
thorough
excellent.
answers.
Thank you. Thank you
Okay.
for, I'm sorry, I sent them very late, and I wanted to
is
have them
no
at some point.
problem.
Thanks, that's great.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I got a quick question for you.
Okay.
Oh, two quick questions. When is the report?
When is the briefing report?
The report you referenced. The briefing report.
No, I just asked for some additional data and information to come at some point.
What's your next milestone here? When are you coming back?
I thought I was annually invited.
Okay, so it's annual. So we're not expecting anything before you come
Not
back
that I-
annually,
not that I
like an
know of.
evaluation report or something like that.
I'm not sure where I am on the cycle for the evaluation, and so therefore, next year may be a briefing.
Okay. So my other question is, what kind of success metrics do you capture in your work? I mean, I know a lot of this is qualitative, and
No.
it's difficult to,
It's a good
to
question.
start, say, we have started here, and, we have progressed this much, and, we have ended here. So,
Okay.
how do you evaluate
That's
the
a
work
good
that you do?
question, and thank you for asking that. Last year, we focused a lot of our attention on big budget items. Those trips are considered a big budget item. And so how do we justify and what's the why for our trips, and trying to see the impact in who we're serving. This year, a lot of focus will be on our professional learning for teachers and the way students feel connected and belong to their environment. And so working with planning and evaluation and the Arlington Partnership, looking at the Your Voice Matters survey and extracting information of that and seeing if the professional learning is impacting the practices within the school, both inside the classrooms and outside the classrooms, and giving staff an opportunity to feel supported through professional learning. That's one matrix that we're going to use. Now, when it comes down to the students that we serve, and I think about Nancy's questions that she submitted, it's very different across the schools. And I say that just thinking of different coordinators, such as at HB Woodlawn, that coordinators are 0.2. Business teacher on the other 0.8. And she serves a population of language learners. So when I talk about the cross-pollination, I'm talking about they're serving two roles: collecting the data on the teachers, the students that she's serving in the classroom versus what she's doing in her other role. We're still trying to fine-tune that. We look at data for the Career Center and the information that the recruiting information that Monica Lozano puts together. We have data that shows the increase of students of color that are now applying versus 2 years ago. So we have that as a matrix also to kind of show some of our success, but also we want to show the discipline rates are going down. How are we going to show that? We're still working on that because we don't directly sit in front of students, but the things that we do, we're building the relationships that are very essential and creating those partnerships in the community so students understand multiple pathways and what internships look like and see individuals in corporate America that look like them and make sure that they're supported. We are still trying to define what does that matrix look like outside of being an SOL or grades. Is it number of the increased enrollment in IB AP? I think that's worth investigating.
And this development of a set of metrics is, you're working on this as part of the development of our strategic plan, performance objectives?
Yes. I will have to get back to you on how much I have been able to align that. But yes.
Okay, because I know they're not all fully developed yet, the performance objectives, identifying the kind of the right metrics that we need to be able to look at to
Identifying
define
the
success.
right metrics that would work across all of the secondary schools that will be satisfying and work in each place and tell the story.
Okay, thank you. Oh, Monique?
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. I know
Welcome.
about a month or so ago, Ms. Talento, Mr. Goldstein, and I joined you at the Minority Student Achievement Network Conference in Madison, Wisconsin. It was the second time I was able to join. I just wanted to know if there was anything that you feel that you learned that you were able to take back to help us move forward with some of the recommendations that were on slide, I think, 14, and how that might have an impact.
I'm sorry, I don't have a number. Which slide was it?
Oh, that's it.
That's it?
Yeah, the
Okay.
moving forward slide.
So one of the things that I think we take away when we go to the MSAM conference, and especially this particular one, was the power of student voice and how we build equities teams, student equity teams, in alignment with staff equity teams. And what does that look like? And how can we use that student voice and incorporate it with our professional learning so that teachers will hear from the mouth of babes and listen to how they feel things are equitable in their school system. I think it was great for our students that come and share some of their perspectives with you during this proposed budget, but to have more of that across the school district in the secondary level to help move the work, because I think a lot of times we do not see the day-to-day impact of what it feels like to be in a classroom and what the expectations or just the feel of sitting in a classroom and not feeling comfortable in your space.
Thank you very much, and that was definitely a helpful area. And then the last thing I would basically say is I also pulled some benefit from attending, and I was already able to reach out to MSAN, and they were already able to share with us several different job descriptions for chief diversity officers to help us move forward in that part of the budget that we just passed tonight. So it's been a good partnership, and I've enjoyed many aspects of it, but I'm also happy it can help us move forward with this new position. So thank you.
No, I appreciate the three of you going and attending and able to attend some of the wonderful sessions that they have, especially since we had a team to present.
Barbara?
Thank you very much. I would echo the interest in metrics, and I know there's a great interest in opportunity gaps. And however, I think there's a real challenge. You're doing things, but how do you show, for example, that kids are going to college who might not have? That's essentially what we believe this office is for. But how do you, I don't know if you know how to, I don't know if anyone knows, how to actually show that you're really part of the cause of.
Well, many of the students that belong to our groups, our cohort groups, we can track who those students are, and through the counseling department, they do a follow-up with students after graduation. So we can use that data, but it's not in isolation. So that's the piece that makes it more challenging. Yeah. I can't say this office had all this impact for this student, and this is why they go to college, or this is why they chose that college, or this pathway. We can show a correlation, a contribution. And so designing that matrix, it's a little bit challenging to satisfy the performance objectives that are set for student success.
That's good. That'll be interesting. Okay, here's what I want to ask. Actually, before I ask make my pitch, what does was it IEP? What did the George Mason?
Early Identification Program.
Oh, okay. All right. So I'm just going to say this, and I could be wrong, but there's a lot of different programs and services, all of which sort of appear to me to be, of course, college, getting to leadership, counseling, supports, student supports. What I don't see a lot of, with the exception of Ms. Lozano, are STEM things. And I know you have some. If I say I don't see any, I know you're going to say, yes, we're doing, you've got some things. I know you do. But I'm just going to suggest,
Okay.
because this isn't a vote or anything else, that it would be really cool to see Arlington Public Schools become a leader in getting students from historically marginalized backgrounds into STEM careers. It's a national problem, it's a state problem, and it's a problem here in Arlington. We don't have engineers. We don't have many women engineers. We don't have any engineers of color, very many, anywhere. So I just think, I would like to suggest that you think about their money-making careers. You know, I would just like to, I'd suggest that you think about how to build that into your portfolio.
Okay.
If you'd like.
No, it's a great idea, but I want to show, if I can refer to the Effitura Robotics Club that we have in 3 of our middle schools. We also have a design and engineer club in 2 of our schools, and we also have the Arlington Coalition, well, the Coalition of 100 Black Women, who is a tutor mentoring program on Saturdays for young women, that their whole theme and focus this year were STEM careers. And part of that contribution is having us look at our curriculum and how we are showing our students from our marginalized groups that those people are in those positions and that they're successful in what they're doing, and having those partnerships with internships and job shadowing. We'll also add to that.
And then what we want to see is them taking advanced math classes and physics and AP physics and all that stuff, which we do have data on. So again, it's just an idea. Just, you know, I'm one board member, but I personally would find that very cool to see us really building, you know, more of our students who are less likely to take those courses, you know, because it's not just they've got to be interested, they've got to get that spark from some of those opportunities, but then they got to sign up for the classes.
Yeah, and that goes back to, see, Barbara opened up a can of worms. Let's see. All right, so that goes back to that high expectation and educating our students, but educating our parents, because there are a lot of times when our targeted group, they're not willing to take that risk. So you have to have that essential relationship and to be able to call home and say, this is what we're looking at the course request cards, and your student can do it and be very successful. But having that partnership, that teamwork, that's really going to be that driving force of those students landing in those classes and being successful. It's one thing to place them in the class and just with no support. It's another thing to be able to support that through community partnerships, families, our tutoring, outside agencies that go into work from the Housing Commission to go and work after school with students. So it's definitely a collaborative effort by all. But thank you for that.
Thank you. Monique, yeah.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to follow up on that because I agree with Dr. Cannon in that it is important to ensure that kids have access at higher levels. But I think that actually really starts way earlier than that. I think it starts at making sure all of our students have the opportunity, high quality preschool, that once they're in elementary classes, they're engaged, they have opportunities to show their learning in lots of different ways, that we have teachers who are ready to support them and who understand that they come ready to learn. I think that so much goes on before they get the course selection card. And so as we continue to work through, you know, making sure that all of our students are successful and can realize the promise that APS offers students, I think that we should be looking at that way earlier. And I'm excited that at Drew Model School, we're going to have project-based learning. That's one way that students can really get engaged and excited about learning because they're letting their own creativity drive their learning experience. And so I think having those sorts of opportunities is a fantastic way to get to what Dr. Cannon's talking about. I had the opportunity to attend the Dream Explore Create program a few weeks back at Wakefield, and all the hands-on learning opportunities that the students were engaging in, I think, showed them that they have what's inside of them to create things and to do things. And I think when students are given the opportunity to show what they know in other ways, especially kids who were previously that we're targeting to ensure that they have all of the opportunities accessible to them where opportunity gaps may exist. These are ways that we can tap into their knowledge and ensure that teachers can recognize all of their promise in ways that may evidence themselves differently than a traditional way. So as we continue to have these conversations, I'd like for us to think about where it starts and not just where we get the course selection card in high school. And I'm excited about us continuing to have that conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tanya?
I just want to thank you for the presentation. And I just want to also highlight that I've heard a lot of different things at the dais today, but your office does a lot more than just focus on college success. And I think it's important that we highlight the other things that your office does. For instance, the implementation of professional learning related to culturally responsive teaching strategies. I know that you're working really hard on that. I think one of the things that is very hard to measure is the fact that students today, in the divisiveness of the rhetoric that we get in the national scene, the support is even more important today in sharing with them that they are capable, even when people tell them that they're not, in the media, or what we see in the news, or what we hear about in political rhetoric. And so I think that it's important to understand that when we received the advocacy this year during our budget deliberations from the students about our equity and excellence coordinators, the ability to speak publicly was encouraged by one of your equity and excellence coordinators. The ability to advocate was encouraged by them, because as a person who has been in community advocacy and advocating for students at a very young age, let me tell you, that's very hard to do, especially when everyone else who advocates looks nothing like you. And so I just want to highlight the work that your office does that we can't always measure, but there are things that we can measure, and I'm so grateful that you're working on that, because I know that a lot of, unfortunately, a lot of community members don't understand the challenges that our disadvantaged communities face, not just our students of color, but our students with disabilities. And your office is working to equalize the paths for them within APS. And I just wanted to thank you for your work, and thank you for trying to find metrics so that we can show people who don't understand that we do make a difference and make an impact, and that we will be eliminating the gaps in our system. Thank you, Ms. Jackson.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much.
Have a great evening.
And next, we will hear an update on the work planned at the Career Center this summer. Dr. Murphy?
I'm going to do a very brief introduction. I believe Mr. Chadwick probably will elaborate a little bit more on this. But we wanted to bring you this information this evening in preparation for an information and action item we'll be bringing you at subsequent and upcoming board meetings. And it has to do with the Career Center work that is going to be going on. We thought it would be helpful, though, this evening to have this presentation as a monitoring item, as a bit of a precursor in preparing the board for their vote on the information and action item that would be forthcoming in the next 2 meetings. So, Mr. Chadwick, I'll turn it over to you, and you can tell us what some of the happenings are going to be this summer regarding construction at the Career Center, and then what you'll be bringing forward at later meetings.
Thank you, Dr. Murphy. Good evening, everyone. As Dr. Murphy said, what we're really going to do here is to put the summer work that we're going to do this summer in the context of what's happened in the past and what's coming in the future, and what we'll be bringing to you related to the Career Center over the next few months. As you know, Arlington Tech is on track to grow to 600 students by 2022-2023. And that is before the next big project is scheduled to be completed, the Career Center expansion project. So we are in the process of dealing with how to provide adequate space for Arlington Tech. There are a number of strategies that we're exploring and following to provide that space. So the first one is that this summer we will be installing 8 relocatable classrooms in the parking lot. We are collaborating, as you know, with the county to renovate the 2nd floor of the Columbia Pike Library so that it can be used by Arlington Tech during the school day and then by library patrons at other times. We expect that we will have to install some additional relocatable classrooms at the Career Center in the summer of 2020, some of which may be used as swing space to allow moderate and larger interior renovations to take place inside the school. We expect to do some moderate interior renovations in the summer and possibly extending into the fall of 2020, and they will be coordinated with the overall concept design for the Career Center expansion project, which we expect to be approved by the school board in spring, actually March of 2020. Then once we have that plan in place, we expect to be doing larger interior renovations in the summer, likely extending into the fall of 2021, again coordinated with that overall concept design. We are also very serious about collaborating with the county and then presenting it to the BLPC to proceed with construction of a 3rd floor over the 2-story section of this Career Center as soon as possible. This has been discussed. The feasibility of it has been determined. And we are actually conducting another study right now to figure out how much that would cost, how much space we would get, and what the implications would be. And the idea we would proceed with that as soon as possible. I don't think that we would be able to complete it before September of 2022 if it's feasible, and that might adjust the future CIP somewhat, since it may not be able to be done within the $15 million or so remaining for that had been assigned to Arlington Tech in the last CIP. So current conditions, we know that Arlington Tech enrollment is rising, and most of those easily achievable internal renovations to add capacity have been completed. And creating additional capacity through internal renovations is possible, but it really has to be coordinated with the overall design for the expansion of the Career Center project to make sure that we are not doing things that we regret, not doing things that we have to pull out and wasting money. September 2019, that's coming up real soon. We have to increase capacity for the 346 projected additional Arlington Tech students. That will be approximately 8 additional classroom spaces in relocatables. We are also going to renovate the kitchen to provide a full-service model kitchen comparable to other high schools, which the Career Center has not had to date. And we're going to be doing a few minor interior renovations. So on the summer work, we have already ordered kitchen equipment so that it can be installed before the beginning of school. And we have commissioned the construction manager advisor to start the work. Invitations to bid to hire a general contractor for the summer interior renovations were posted on April 15th and are due on May 14th. 8 relocatable classrooms will be installed in the parking lot by maintenance services over the summer, and parking spaces will be leased off-site to replace the spaces that will be lost to the relocatable classrooms. So on May 23rd, we will bring to you for information a contract award for the summer work, and that will have a complete budget for all of the items that we'll be spending that summer this summer, and you'll see how much that is. On June the 6th, we will bring that to you for consent. That will be the contract award, so that we're ready to start work on June the 24th, the moment that the school semester ends. A little bit of update on the Career Center expansion project, just to remind everybody what is in it. And this is what was approved in the 2019-28 CIP last summer. So that would be expansion of Arlington Tech with a total project cost assigned to that of $18,750,000, of which we have about $15 million remaining, not including the work we'll do this summer. So that comes out of the $15 million. The Career Center expansion project will be completed in 2 stages: athletic field and parking garage by the start of school in 2023, and then that 800-seat addition with performing arts facility by the start of school for September 2025, with the maximum total project cost over future years, over future bond referendums, of $184,700,000. In September, the PFRC process is scheduled to begin with the concept design phase, and that will include both Arlington Tech and the 800-seat addition. I think it's useful to remind everybody that things often change between one CIP and another, and that may well happen with the Career Center. So, for example, we would like to do everything we possibly can to avoid building that parking garage in a huge hole in the parking lot, because we would prefer to put money into seats for students than parking spaces for cars. So we will be directing the architect and the BLPC PFRC to look at 3 options there. 1, to build it as was originally planned in the CIP. 1, to build maybe about half the number of spaces that were planned, and then 1, not to build any parking garage at all, while we are exploring the feasibility of avoiding it. I believe we can do that very successfully on this project because it's completely separate from the building. So you can have it or not have it. And through that concept design process, we will know exactly how much those various options will cost, and we will be able to balance that against alternative parking solutions. Also, if we find that it is feasible to do the additional floor on the roof of the Career Center as soon as possible, that may also change the way in which the CIP is put together. So here are updates on the expansion. We issued requests for qualifications for the construction manager at risk on April 11th, and 4 were received today. We haven't reviewed them yet to make sure that they are all responsive. We have begun drafting the BLPC charge, and you have seen and commented, thank you, on that. We have begun negotiating a fee for architecture and engineering services to support that concept design phase. And then following the recommendations of the Career Center Working Group, we have completed and posted a report researching the location of historic Camp Casey. That came up a lot during the Career Center Working Group process. We felt it was really important to get as much information on that as we could. The report shows that although the exact location of Camp Casey cannot be determined at this point, with the documents they've been able to find, it's pretty clear that it was not at the Career Center site. It was much closer to where the Pentagon currently is. We have also collaborated with county staff and followed the recommendations of the Career Center Working Group to commence the multimodal transportation analysis, and we will have as much of that completed as possible, absent an actual design project, for the BLPC BLPC PFRC process to start in September. So we'll have all of that groundwork done. This is a little hard to read. We've also laid out a schedule for all of the steps that we need to go through in order to get this on time. So May the 9th is where we are today, May 23rd. Next, shortly, I will be bringing you to that revision to the policy for construction and maintenance that gives you or says that the school board will appoint a chair and develop a charge for a building level planning committee. That will come to you for action on May the 23rd. On May the 31st, we are planning to bring, the superintendent will approve a revision, complete revision to the policy implementation procedure F-5.7, PIP2 for building level planning committees. And on June the 3rd, we will commence the process of selecting members for the Career Center expansion project. On June the 6th, there will be information before you on appointment of the chair and adoption of the charge for the Career Center expansion BLPC, and information on architecture engineering team design fees for the concept design phase. June 18th, monitoring on the pre-K-12 integrated program pathways, which will lay out a framework for decisions around programs that may be accommodated in that 800-seat expansion. School board action on appointment of the chair and adoption of the charge for the BLPC, and then action on the design fees. July 25th, we expect to bring to you the names for appointment of members to be appointed to the BLPC. August the 22nd for you to appoint them, and September the 5th as information on construction manager at risk contract for pre-construction services, followed by possibly, if required, a joint school board, county board work session during the week of September the 9th, and on September the 18th, the first meeting of the BLPC. You'll see there are a number of meetings here with dates with asterisks. These are tentative, they haven't been finalized. And then we go all the way through the fall with BLPC meetings. And what we are planning to do is to bring to you, as we did on the Ed Center, the educational specifications for the expansion project on October the 3rd for information and October the 17th for action, so that it's quite clear to the Building Level Planning Committee and the Public Facilities Review Committee what the project is going to contain. Followed by BLPC meetings through the fall. The next big date is February the 28th, which is the final concept design meeting of the BLPC PFRC, at which point the reconciled cost estimates will be available, and they will understand where we are with that in relation to the budget. Bringing the school board information item on concept design to you tentatively March of the 12th, action on March 26th of 2020, and that is so that the costs of the Career Center project that you've approved can be built into the schedule and costs and timing of the CIP. Followed by, in June of 2020, the school board information and action on the capital improvement plan. That's it. Thank you.
Good, thank you, John. Board members, you have questions or comments? Okay, good. Move. Go ahead.
You don't like to go first?
Well, I just. Please.
Oh.
Thank you.
So when we get to the near term, you listed about 5 possible things that might be done to accommodate the incoming Arlington Tech students this year. We're clear that we need 8 relocatable classrooms. You have a plan for this coming class.
Yes,
But Arlington Tech keeps growing.
exactly.
You mentioned the second floor of the library, working on ideas, nothing firm. Third floor, maybe, of the Career Center itself, pop-up,
Yes.
whatever we call it, not firm. How does this proceed from here in terms of what has to happen for you to decide whether any of those things are happening?
So the big idea is the floor on the roof, and as I said, we're having a feasibility study that will be done in the next month or so, so we will know how much that would cost, how feasible it is, how long it would take to build, and what the timeline would be. And if we're building towards that, we will, as I said, actually the strategies, we're probably going to use all of them. So we will be doing probably more relocatables next summer so that we get some swing space. And we can do grander interior renovations after they can be aligned with the concept design for the overall expansion, followed by more the next summer. So we will be doing interior renovation projects as well as the space on the roof.
So next summer, there's another 120 students.
Yes.
You don't anticipate being able to use the second floor of the library by then?
No, if we are, yes, it would be finished by then. So if the county board and the school would agree that we can use that, then that work would be done so that those spaces would be ready for use in the fall of 2020.
In which case you wouldn't need a lot more relocatables for the
Probably not,
swing
no.
space. 'Cause
Correct.
that could be swing space or.
Yes, correct.
Okay. So you kind of said you expect to do all these, in which case, I guess I'm still concerned about the idea that we may be just building a trailer village on this parking lot. And I feel like you're saying two different things. I mean, if you expect these things to proceed, the library and then the third floor, why is there also a need for additional trailers for swing space?
Because we are getting more students each year. So we have to determine the Career Center building is missing a lot of pieces, as you know, and it has, without including the shops, which are big because of in relation to the number of students in them, it's very tight. So each year we're looking very carefully at how can we do the minimum amount that really meets the needs, that doesn't spend more money that might not be fully, might be wasted if we have to undo it, or might not contribute to a larger plan. So we're just doing it very carefully to make sure we meet the requirements, but we don't exceed them, and we use our money frugally, prudently.
I understand all that. I don't know, am I the only one where I feel like there's a piece of the logic missing? I guess, would it be possible, without spending a lot, to create some kind of graphic that really just shows, I mean, you have the page, the table that shows 150 more this year, 120, it starts going down because the classes are already a certain size. Sort of just the year by year, here's how many students we have for the variety of reasons, and here are the projects that support that this year by year.
Yes, it would be possible to do that.
I know, I think I would find that very helpful, because this is a lot of stuff that you're saying might happen, but the point is to understand when and why. And I guess I'm still missing the question about, you're sort of saying they're going to happen, but there seems to be a reason that you're not clear that you're not 100% certain they're happening.
Well, it's because the Career Center is managing right now with less space than it should have. So it's a question of how much are we able to provide reasonably each year, and how much are they able to work within what they have. I don't really know how to explain it other than that.
Okay. Well, at any rate, I think it would be helpful to
I think
get
we
that
can
kind of
develop a
timeline.
graphic that demonstrates about where we need to go.
And then, speaking of that, another piece of your timeline is the IPP.
Yes.
And you mentioned that some pieces of that are going to inform this process. So I'm curious what you expect the IPP to have in it that will inform this project.
We are looking at a couple of different things with the IPP. One is what we are considering for high school options across APS, right? And part of the IPP is then thinking about as we're opening new schools, as we're doing boundaries, as we're thinking about the kinds of renovations that we're talking about at the Career Center, if an option or a program may come out for high school that we say, oh, we really need a space for that. As we're having these conversations, this may fit into that. And then thinking about those programs and where they would live. That's part of this.
Okay, so you're specifically, you're getting at what the 800 seats will be.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, so you're not getting at questions about locations of CTE programs and things like that?
We may have that as part of the conversation. If you recall, part of the IPP was the overall big picture, and then there were 4 more individualized strands. One was early childhood and how will early childhood fit into this. Another was our alternative programs, so thinking about how Langston, New Directions, Arlington Community High School, how they fit within this. And the other is how do some of our programs, like what we're offering with our CTE programs, fit within our various high schools? And are there some programs that are currently at the Career Center that could be housed in our neighborhood high schools because they don't need specialized equipment, they don't need specialized labs and other things? So part of it is looking at, are there some potential courses? I wouldn't say programs, but are there courses in some CTE, I can't think of the word, sequences that we could have at the neighborhood high schools as opposed to housing at the Career Center?
And that's then the question. Are you planning to do that work for your June presentation?
It has been part of the staff conversations. If we have time to put together a draft of what is coming out of that, potentially, but it's not going to be as detailed as what you may be thinking as I'm looking at you. But we've had some conversation about it.
Again, it's part of the timeline.
It
too,
is,
because
and we've talked about it.
It's another bullet point. I don't think you have it up here, right? Potentially changing where classes are located would create space on this campus. And I'm not, I think we want to see what you're...
That would be reflected in the educational specifications, which we plan to bring to you in the fall.
Well, but this is just, the course offerings, which is...
But the space program has to accommodate...
I just want to make sure all the information is going to line up.
It will.
And we're going to...
John and Lisa and I have had lots of conversations as we've been going through it as to how this will play into what happens at the Career Center.
So my final question then, CTE courses, and you indicated that the enrollment in CTE courses at the Career Center is basically going to be the same this year, next year, and into the future. Now that's probably a decent count because we're also increasing students going to Arlington Tech. But we have heard, and there was a speaker tonight, about courses being difficult to get into. So has anything changed in terms of the number of offerings of culinary, for example, which is the example we've heard a lot about? What are some of the other ones we've heard about? Have the actual numbers of those classes and opening seats changed for this coming year?
The number of classes and sections of classes is the same. There are an increased number of Arlington Tech students who will be in some of those courses. So what has happened for our students in the neighborhood high schools is that there are a certain number of allocated seats. There are classes, such as the culinary arts, that are really popular. However, we can only have 20 students in each section because of OSHA requirements. And so as more Arlington Tech students take those culinary arts classes, that means there are less seats because we can only have 3 sections with 20 students. So as we talk about what happens with the Career Center, one of the things we have to look at is those specialized spaces, because if we want to offer it to more students, we're going to have the spaces allocated to it, because we can only have so many students in a classroom at one time, and we are growing a program. So we're going to have to make some decisions about what is possible with the space and what we prioritize. And that's why I've said some of the courses that don't need specialized spaces maybe need to be offered at our neighborhood high schools so that we can have opportunities to grow some of these other courses that are much more popular.
And when you say at the high schools, then they would be offered at all 3 comprehensive high schools?
That's something that
Or
we're
would-
looking at depending on the demand for the courses, and that teachers could travel, right? So, I mean, we're looking at options, and we'll come back to that as part of some of our IPP conversations.
So you will next talk to us about this piece in June, which is coming up. But it sounds like we will have another conversation because you
And I think we're going to have to, if we want to do all of the things that we want to make happen at the Career Center site and for our students across APS. The reality is we have a limited number at this moment in time for those specialized spaces, so we're going to have to look at that.
So for example, referring to the culinary program, right now there's 1 teaching station, if you like, for culinary. If we're going to expand that, we might need 2. And our ed specs would say that. That's a highly specialized space, and you have to design for it.
I have some follow-up questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to follow up on a couple of things that Dr. Cannon said. I think that having a draft graphic of some sort of how you foresee us managing that would be helpful. I think the challenge is that we have 4 projects that are simultaneously moving forward that are interrelated but have to move forward independently, and that is the IPP process, the Arlington Tech growth, the 800 seats, and then managing our CTE part-time students. And the BLPC is going to be charged with creating a building that accommodates some equation of all 4 pieces into that. But we don't know what those pieces look like yet. So I understand the challenges that you're facing. And we also have this issue called time that is not supporting our work right now. So I think the graphic would be helpful, because then we can provide that graphic to the BLPC to show this is what we are planning to do to accommodate the growth at Arlington Tech. And then allow them to work with that graphic and grow around, modify the graphic to address whatever it is they need to know, but then they see those 600 students as part of the 800 seats that they're accommodating, and I think it would be good to understand and have very clear understanding for the board as to what we're doing with our CTE part-time students. This slide 3 continues to show 651 students, but the last time in part-time CTE, but the last time we spoke, we were told that, my recollection was we were told that this is what is currently there, but we're not holding 650 slots at our Career Center building through 2022. So I would ask again if we are holding those slots for our 3 comprehensive high schools, or we just put that number in because that's our expected enrollment. And the reason I ask is because if we're growing to 600 seats and we keep the 650 slots, and we have our 200 other full-time students, then we have a total, I think it says 1451. And so if that's what our graphic needs to show, how we get to 1451 in 2022, that's great. But but that means that the board knows that as we grow Arlington Tech, we have to stop at 600, maybe for a year or 2 years until we finish developing. And I think we have to have that conversation, because I'm concerned about every year coming back to the Career Center development and saying, well, Arlington Tech is growing and we're going to add these 800 seats. At some point, we need to have very clear outlined boxes of what these 4 things are, and then move them together until we actually have the project completely in the works, and we have that vision that will come, I imagine, after the BLPC and after the schematic design and after the CIP process.
After the concept design.
After the concept, thank you. So I think that's a challenge. And so the issue that I see is if we don't get some of those answers, we are going to have the same conversations that we're having now every time that we get an update on the Career Center. And our community is going to come with concerns every single time we go through this.
We have written the charge for the BLPC very carefully to address those issues. And I also get very nervous, and we shouldn't have done it, of putting a number like 1,451 students.
Correct.
That's kind of ridiculous. And it's really only at an elementary school that the capacity of the school is pretty close and pretty accurate, because there are so many kids in a classroom and they're basically in the classroom all day long. The capacity of a high school of any type of program or a middle school depends on how you use it. And so we have to try and remove people from worrying too much about the exact number of students, because some classes will be bigger, some will be smaller. The type of spaces we're creating are intended to be used in creative ways so that we optimize the use. But I don't want people to think, well, it's going to be exactly 51 students, because it really isn't. It's much more, it's a looser fit than that. And as I say, it depends very much on the way our creative staff use their buildings.
And I understand that, but then how do I go back to our constituents and say, yes, we have seats for you at the Career Center for your students who attend our 3 comprehensive high schools? And how do I go back to my Arlington Tech parents and families and say, we understand that the program is growing, we want it to grow, and we're going to find seats for you, and we're working with the system to ensure that we have limited trailer use. Because, and I believe that this thing is temporary, that what you're saying is true, but maybe we do need a temporary constant. And I ask that because the other factor that I want to bring in, and I don't know if this goes into the BLPC charge, if this goes into a potential graphic that you're going to create, but we are going to put 8 trailers on a parking lot. And if we put a field on that parking lot, whether there's garage under it or not, and at some point that field's going to come, whether it changes time in the CIP or not, do we have a plan for those 8 trailers? Because if we have to break ground according to the current CIP on that field in 2021, I don't want us to come be here in 3 years and say, we have to move those trailers to an X location and have a, so I
That's
think,
why we're that's why we want to put a floor on the roof, so all of that can go away and it's clear.
okay,
The other thing I want to explain is the ed specs do explain that.
perfect.
Because the ed specs will show what we need for each step along the way and what we will have in the end. And they are related to the capacity calculation goes with them, which relates to the numbers that are in the CIP for the number of seats that will be provided.
Okay. Well,
But it doesn't mean the school will be used exactly that way forever.
okay. Thank you.
Monique?
Thank you, Chair Goldstein. Mr. Chadwick, currently there are, I think, how many relocatables are there on that property currently?
There are 8 relocatable classrooms in two complexes of 4 and 1 complex of 2 on the Henry property, next to Walter Reed.
Okay, and so will these new, or the installation of 8 relocatable classrooms on the parking lot, will those be additional trailers or removing?
No, the ones on the Henry property will be removed, and that field will be made available to Arlington Career Center students.
So we're actually gaining some green space by using these
We are,
trailers?
yes.
Okay,
Yes.
I just wanted to make sure that people were aware of that. And then when we're talking about space being, okay, when we talk about moving these relocatables from the green space currently over to the parking lot, how many parking spaces, just so people have an understanding?
It's around 50. I don't have the exact number. It's around 50, and that's what we're expecting to need to lease off-site.
Okay, and so we will be leasing them. So I know that some people who were near the Career Center site are concerned that that might push parking off into the neighborhood. But I just want to reiterate that we have a plan to address that. Is that correct?
Yes, so that the number of parking spaces available to the Career Center, Arlington Community High School, the library, and the Montessori School will be the same number as is available to them now.
Okay, more green space, same parking. Thank you.
Yes.
Do you want to, Nancy?
Dr. Murphy, I'm going to direct this series of questions to you, given the hour, and it may be that it's a follow-up, and we may need a subsequent presentation, and I would ask our chair to consider this, because my questions are about the instructional program that drives the work that Mr. Chadwick is doing. One thing that's bothered me since the very first meeting I was in about Arlington Tech is the lack of a plan, the lack of a very specific plan about what's going to happen with it, what kind of programs are going to be offered as it grows. And at the same time, what is going to happen with the other programs at the Career Center? We don't have that. So every time there's a change, people in the community get upset because they perceive something's going away or something's changing. And frankly, I think that that's actually happening. When we've never heard of a problem with kids getting to culinary arts, that means those programs are being constrained. And I think if we had communicated that there was going to be change, and people understood that, would be different than if we're just sort of, they perceive, sneakily taking things away from the comprehensive high schools. I think this board has been very clear that we want those CTE programs to keep going, and that we in no way intended for there to be 2 culinary arts positions for the kids at Wakefield or at Washington. I don't even know where it's at Washington Lee. So I'd like to see a plan. I have many, many questions. I'm not going to grind through them tonight. But Mr. Goldstein, I think we need an accompanying academic plan that goes with this. I get that those have to change, but let's be upfront with the community and get the board feedback, because I don't want to have another Snickers thing here. I don't want something to come forward and we find out that something was deleted and none of us knew about it, nor did we agree to it. None of us are agreeing to reducing the number of CTE programs at this site. Yet what I'm hearing is that we have. So could we have a plan that we can be transparent with the community about, share with the board, so that we can all get on board knowing full well that it may have to change from time to time and be updated? I am more than happy to understand that. But we said in the charge to the working group, we were very clear that we wanted to maintain the programs that were here. So can we please have a plan about that? Can we address the issue that was brought up by a speaker tonight about the choking off of programs for the comprehensive high schools? I don't know if that's true or not. I'd like to know how many kids from the comprehensive high schools applied to the programs, the usual CTE programs, how many people did we deny, and are there fewer spots for those students? And did we make a deliberate decision to give those programs over to Arlington Tech? Because for this board member, that was never the intent. It was not supposed to be happening. And I do think it is completely tied in with the building issues, because when we decided to put Arlington Tech there, we put money in the budget to expand the facility so that exactly this did not happen. And we have chosen, and this was why I was not happy about this when I heard the delay on this, we have chosen to not build out parts of Arlington Tech, to do it in concert with the 800 seats. But what that's happened then is we have a crush on space in the Career Center, which Mr. Chadwick is saying that they're packing kids into the Career Center site because we didn't build more space for the Arlington Tech kids. And now what's happening, because we didn't do that, is we're taking up the CTE seats. So if that's the case, show that to me. Let me explain that. It may be all explainable to the community. Let's try to find ways to compensate. Maybe there are ways to have culinary courses at the school. I don't know. but let's be transparent about it. Show us the tentative plan of how we see this working out so that we can share that with the community and there's not disinformation or accurate information floating around, and that there's actually a plan related to the instructional program for CTE and Arlington Tech. And together with that, I really do want to hear about the changing requirements for Arlington Tech. I was very surprised to hear that we're trying to cram two levels of math class into a child in 1 year. I can't figure out why we would do that, other than, is it a cramp of space? Is it a cramp on teachers? If it is, tell me the plan, tell us the plan, let us understand it, and let's try to address it. So I'm asking for a plan that we understand, that's clear to the community, that goes along with this, and all of us understanding that as we grow this very complicated project, that we may have to make changes. And I can live with that, but I just want to be transparent about it. So I had sent a whole bunch of questions.
Right, I'm
not
looking
going to
at
go any further. Is
those
that
kind
a
of
reasonable
questions.
request?
Yeah, those questions kind of outline, I think, the essence of
Is
what
that-
you talked. Yeah,
Okay.
we'll get that pulled
Thanks.
together.
Yeah, I'd like to see some of this also, but what I think you're missing here is that you are conflating the desires for the CTE program and the Arlington Tech program and wanting them all right now. We do have a plan to build this out, and when we build it out, which is not today, but in the future, we will have more seats available that we will be able to allocate in certain ways. It's nice to be able to say, we want everything right now, but the everything that we want is an expanded CTE and expanded Arlington Tech, and we can't have that today because we don't have those seats. So again, I'm going to use the phrase, we are trying to put 10 pounds of stuff in a 5-pound bag. We are ultimately going to be able to have a 10-pound bag, but we don't have it today. So I would be anxious to see this plan and the time phase element in it, but when we are going to be able to achieve all of our grand goals for that building and that campus.
Mr. Goldstein, may I respond to your comment? I don't have conflated ideas. I have a very specific plan, which our facilities person has brought forward. I am asking for a parallel instructional plan. Right now, 2018-2019, there are 651 CTE students. That's this year. Those are real kids in the class. And there is that growth is linear through 2022, 2023. That Arlington Tech program is, I think, 25% less of what it was supposed to be when I approved those plans 5 years ago. So it's actually smaller. What I want to know is, I'm not asking to grow CTE, I would like to, but I want to know what the plan is for those. And I want to know if the Arlington Tech program is cannibalizing that program. And if it is, I just want to know that. I want to be clear with people. I am not trying to push something faster than needs to be done. I'm trying to be clear with the community. I know the seats for Arlington, that the 800 seats are not opening to 2025. I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about these two components. That's it. And they are components that are already there and we're already trying to serve. And what I'm hearing is all this stuff is getting mushed around in there and people are confused. That's what I want. It's about real students in those seats who have to graduate from that program within that period of time. And people who currently have their kids in high school, in APS, who have their kids in the comprehensive high schools, who want to avail themselves of the program. I'm not talking about growing it. I want to know what his plans are, matched together with the instructional plans so our people can have appropriate expectations. And I think that it's really a very reasonable expectation from now to 4 years out.
Any other comments? Thank you very much, John. So we have 5 information items tonight. The first 4 items are part of our ongoing process to review and update our school board policies. First, we'll hear proposed revisions to school board policy A-6.31, evaluation.
Right.
Dr. Murphy.
So I'll turn to Ms. Stingle, and she has the update here on this particular policy. So
I'm going to be quick because I know you've had a lot on your plate tonight. Really what we're bringing you tonight is some refinements to the policy. So the first section of the policy actually outlines 4 goals. I'm not going to read through those. Those are in the policy and you've seen them. What I am going to talk through is the recommendations for some of the changes we've included in here. So we sought feedback from advisory committees and internal staff groups. We heard most of the feedback from the Department of Teaching and Learning because they're the programs that participate in the evaluations. And we heard from ASAC and ACI members who a lot of times are users or stakeholders in these evaluations. And we've aligned with what they've provided. We removed the word accountability from the title of the policy. The policy itself didn't really address accountability in the way it did in the title, and that was sort of not a fit with it. We expanded the goals to include evaluating equitable practices. That came from some of those community input, and it aligns with the strategic plan. There was an item that really focused on satisfaction of users and clients. We've for years been expanding that to go beyond just satisfaction. We actually collect a lot of feedback from people who are users of it and get their ideas for how you change it. It's not satisfaction, so we really aligned it with how we've been implementing it. So what this does is it updates the policy to align better with our current strategic plan and the practices that we have already been putting in place. That's it.
Okay, very good, thank you. Are there comments or questions for Lisa? Okay, thank you very much. Moving on, this item is going to come back for action at our next board meeting on May 23rd.
unless you want to, I believe we can just take a lot of these and put them on consent unless there are issues that come up about them.
Right, but it would be May 23rd.
Yes.
That happens, yeah.
Correct.
I mean, consent is an action. And now we'll hear 4 proposed new school board policies related to technology. Dr. Murphy?
Mr. Al-Samili, thank you for staying late this evening. You've got these 4 tech.
Yep. Thank you, Dr. Murphy and the board for allowing us to do this. What I'm bringing forward is actually, to date, we actually had 1 policy for technology. What we are bringing forward is actually breaking that down into 4 smaller sections so that it was easy for organization of the PIPs associated with that. Just a brief timeline, I think we've actually, like we said, we are bringing information this week, today, and we will bring this back for action on the 23rd. The basic policy for technology was existing. What we did was to make sure that the policy for technology was addressed to make sure that the terminology was relevant to today's terms because it was kind of old. For example, we talked about the data network instead of actually saying technology because it kind of covered everything. So we kind of made sure the language was appropriate to current technology terms. The other one was we made sure that the policies were aligned to other existing policies. As I want to remind the board, we brought forward the acceptable use policy for the staff during the March, which was accepted in April. There was language related to that that was removed from this policy. That was the other one that we did. So basically, making sure that the language was current, making sure that it was not redundant with other policies. That's what we did. While we did that, we also brought forward 3 policies, which are simply the belief statements related to the 3 components of technology that we actually see. One is the infrastructure, which we actually talk about the network infrastructure, which is the switches, the routers, the network, the wireless, and the wired infrastructure. The second one is the technology systems, which is functionality systems like email, email, like student information systems, STARS, ERP systems, and things like that. And then the top layer is the equipment that accesses these systems for providing information. So again, briefly, what we ensured in each of the belief statement for the 3 policies is to make sure that it is actually aligned to the mission of APS, that it was actually kind of robust, it was actually secure. That is something that we wanted to make sure that we were calling out, and also wanted to make sure that it was integrated so that there were efficiencies that we were constantly looking at. That's basically what we've done with the policies for technology.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Raj. Any questions or comments from board members? Okay, great. Moving on. Are we on G4? Yeah. And next item is proposed revisions to School Board Policy I-7.1.11, use of animals.
Good evening, Chairman Goldstein, members of the school board, Dr. Murphy. Thank you for having me this evening to come and talk with you about the policy for use of animals. I'm sorry, my voice is a little bit hoarse, but I feel bad about this. We made some recommendations.
Joke?
We made some recommendations for changes to this policy. This includes renaming the policy for use of animals in the instructional program to better reflect its purpose and to differentiate this from the use of service animals. We've also added references to the guidelines for handling live animals and also for dissection procedures. And finally, we've updated language to reflect changes in the APS organizational structure. So that's the quick summary, and I'll be happy to take any questions.
Wow.
I'm good, thank you.
Super, thank you. That was quick. Board members, you have comments or questions?
I do.
Nancy?
Mr. Lee, thank you very much. Thank you for staying here and being our last audience member. But I actually have a question for Dr. Murphy on this use of animals. What happened to Snickers?
I'll have Dr. Natras double check me, but all the animals are staying in place as far as I'm knowledgeable of.
I did mean to ask that, and thank you, and because I'm sneaking it in here because it's under use of animals, so
Right.
I'm very glad, and I'm sure the community's happy about that, so thank you very much.
Other comments or questions? So if I understand this right, you're drawing a distinction between animals, for instance, in the animal science program, how they relate to the instructional program, but are you talking about service animals also?
Yeah, service animals is for, let's say, students with special needs for if a student is blind and needs a service animal. So right now, we want to separate those two so that it's not confusing for the reader.
And you're doing that in this update, separating those two?
Yes.
Okay, I see. All right, yeah, I thought so.
We're
There is
making,
a
we're, no,
separate
we're making
policy already.
clarification, so they're different.
Yeah,
but
there's
it's
a separate policy for service animals already.
Okay.
This one is specific, that's why it was renamed for instructional program, because there's a separate one for service animals.
So the service animals were taken out of this and going to be put in a separate policy?
We're putting a different language to it so that it's clearly different from the service animal section. The
Okay.
other group will work on that section.
I think there were all, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there was always two policies, but it was confusing because they had similar titles. And I remember the policy subcommittee reviewed this, and which is one of the reasons that it says use of animals in the instructional program, and we discussed having something, we were told that you follow the national science standards, so we asked to put that in policy so people could understand. We had guidelines, but we did have the service animals policy come up earlier in the year. Is that correct? So I understand the confusion, but this is why we tried to differentiate, but it's always been two policies. And there was confusion, even though there was always two policies, and which is one of the reasons.
Yes, so hopefully with the two names, when people are searching and they search animals, they'll see one is instructional program and one is service animals, and that will hopefully help ease the confusion.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments from the board? No? Dot, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And now we'll hear the proposed amendment to School Board Policy F-5.7, Construction and Maintenance.
So
And
this
we're
one
back
is,
to Mr. Chadwick.
thank you, Mr. Goldstein. So this one I already mentioned. We are making some minor changes, minor amendments to this policy to say that the school board will adopt a charge and appoint a chair to a building level planning committee. There's one other change. The policy refers to a modified use permit, which we no longer have. We have a use permit now, so we've changed that. We are contemplating a much larger change to this or revision to this policy, but we aren't there yet, and we want to make sure that this change is in place in time for the BLPC process that will start for the Career Center.
Per that timeline that
For
you
the timeline
showed us
that
at
I
the last.
just gave you, yes.
Right. Good. Very good. Is that it? 2 slides?
I have the language, but you've read that. I don't think I need to. This is just the language. That's what I thought.
Okay, so that, you're not going to show us the language? We need to review that ourselves before the action item?
The language is quite good. It says you're going to, I believe, it says that you're going to appoint a chair and you're going to adopt a charge, and it also makes the role of the BLPC a little clearer. And it is
okay.
in line with what the the revised PIP for BLPCs that we're bringing through as well.
Okay, I'm sorry, go back to the last slide, please. Okay, so I was confusing the words charge and change. Your third bullet says we're adopting a charge, but the next slide is really the change in the BLPC.
That's the change in the actual language in the policy.
Right, not the charge for the BLPC, which is coming so many more months later.
Yes, that's
Yes.
going to come to you in June.
I guess that's only 1
And
month
you
later.
already are reviewing a copy of it.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Is there more to this? All right. Board members? Comments? Nope. Okay. Thank you very much, John.
You're welcome.
Okay. And the final information item tonight is for the First Amendment to the Thomas Jefferson Community Center Bike Share Agreement. The
Yes.
First Amendment is freedom
So
of speech.
5 years ago, the school board agreed to allow a bike share station to be located on the property that the school board owns adjacent to the community center at the Jefferson site. And under that agreement, it has to be renewed within 5 years, and this is the action that you will take to renew that lease for another 5 years. We've had no complaints that I'm aware of about the bike share station, and it doesn't have many bikes in it when I'm there, so I'm suspecting that it's pretty heavily used in that location and is appreciated.
Questions or comments, board members? Let me just ask, you've collaborated with the county, with the bike share people on, they want to keep the station there, I assume?
Oh, yes. The bike share, capital bike share, is a somewhat complex arrangement. It is actually managed and run by the county, but they subcontract it to Capital Bike Share.
Mhm.
So our lease is actually with the county. It's complicated because it's on our land, but
But they feel that there's benefits in having,
Yes.
in continuing the bike share station there?
definitely.
Okay. All right, very good. I was just kind of interested in, what the metrics were for the usage on that. Okay, other,
I don't have exact metrics on it, but certainly they want to proceed with it because the metrics obviously meet their criteria for continuing.
right, that's what I was asking. Other questions or comments? Board members? No? John, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And we'll see that one on May 23rd, either in consent or in action?
Yes.
Like the rest of these. And we're now at new business. Board members, do you have any new business? Seeing none, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you.